All right, folks, welcome to stop number 5 of the NPFL Day 1 launch here at the Messina Intake Ramp. The anglers are getting into the water. This should be a spectacular event, folks. Everybody knows what the St. Lawrence delivers, and that's big, big smallmouth.
Day 1 here, Messina, New York on the St. Lawrence River. We caught up with James Watson. He was lighting up the catch track early this morning. James is burning a Strike King spinnerbait, and it is one of the most ferocious bites you will ever see when they jump on this painted blade. It's one of those kill or be killed moments. I feel like you better jerk and reel. So you got one large, let's go. That's amazing. James has been burning a spinnerbait, but when he comes up on a fish, sometimes on the bed, sometimes just cruising, he stops, picks up a drop shot, pitches at it. There you go. It's an imposter. That's not the one. No.
All right, good afternoon, folks. Day 1, stop number 5 of the NPFL here at the St. Lawrence River. Everybody knows how spectacular this fishery is. We've got our pros that are going to be checking in, and I'll tell you what, folks, fireworks are going to happen.
24 pounds and 4 ounces. 23 pounds and 4 ounces. 23 pounds and 13 ounces right there. 23 pounds, 24 pounds, 24 pounds, 8 ounces right there. 24 pounds and 8 ounces for Andrew Ray. 24 pounds, 13 ounces. 27 pounds, 2 ounces for Drew Cook right there. There's the move right there for Drew Cook. 27 pounds, even just 2 ounces short.
Smallmouth slugfest is what you want, but guess what? St. Lawrence River has provided for you and everyone else up here at stop number 5 of the National Professional Fishing League. These dudes have shown what this place is capable of, and have mercy. You talk about blowing minds.
Minds are definitely being blown by that body of water right there. One of the most special fisheries in this great country of ours. And if you love smallmouth bass, we have a show for you today. We got big water, big smallmouth, and big runs. Guys taking the chance to run over 100 miles of this St. Lawrence River here at stop number 5 of the National Professional Fishing League. Fat Cat, you put it so well right there. Minds are blown. An average bag. Average was 19 pounds yesterday. Imagine catching 19 pounds. You're fired up. You get back to weigh in only to have your heart just ripped out.
It's average. We saw a lot of that yesterday at the weigh-ins. Like, man, I only got like 19 or 20 pounds. Like, yeah, and you're sad about it. But like you say, at this fishery, dude, it is definitely putting out. So many times I feel like we get the wind taken out of our sail at these events because we build it up, and sometimes it just doesn't meet the hype that we build. God have mercy, has it been the opposite at this event this week?
This place always lives up to the hype, and we heard a lot of talk coming in. The league made everything in play, essentially. There's an off-limits line out there in Lake Ontario, but it's a long ways, and we've got anglers fishing right here in Messina. We've got anglers making 30, 40, 50-mile runs, and then we've got some going as far as 120 miles one way out into the big pond.
I think some of them are going all the way to the equator because them boys are bringing the heat, son.
No doubt about it. 27 pounds from Drew Cook.
27 pounds, 2 ounces.
Which is going to be crucial.
And it's also kind of an interesting fact. That was my birth weight.
27 pounds too? Yeah. Really?
Yeah.
I never knew that. Was that a record?
Oh, no. My little brother was like 36.
Okay. So you've been in second place your entire life.
I have.
Kind of like Patrick Walters is right now.
Will he stay in second place?
With his roomie.
Dude, and you're talking about yin and yang right there.
No doubt about it. You know, coming into this event, Patrick was a no-doubter. He was going to the lake. He told us that. He took part of his practice and was testing props. He took his power poles off to make his boat a little lighter, to make it more fuel efficient. These guys are trying to
tie down.
Yeah, we've seen it. He's got it all but ratchet strapped down. I mean, these guys are in it to win it. And Patrick, he said he had an opportunity, Fat Cat. He was telling us at the drive-through weigh-in yesterday, I had an opportunity at a mega bag today. You're thinking, oh, well, does he only have a mere 20 pounds. No, he had 27 pounds and said he had an opportunity at a mega bag. I'm not sure what a mega bag of smallmouth is to Coach Walters, but 27 pounds was a heck of a start.
Kyle Welcher, right? And Kyle Welcher comes to this event reigning progressive AOY
champ
from 2024. So leading this, Patrick Walters right behind him with just a few points. Dude, like this, it's a lot going on this week.
We've got a lot of drama, to say the least. One event to go after this one. So this is really where that progressive angler of the year race, you start to see, okay, these are your contenders, and we've got Welcher, Walters, and Hackney
he had a good
right
day,
there.
like 23 pounds, and still in that 14th or 15th spot with 23 pounds.
Imagine that. You come back in, and he told us yesterday morning, I said, man, are you making that big run? He said, well, the guys I'm trying to chase for this angler of the year are, so we might as well go down there and see what's going on. So Greg Hackney made the big run, and it really is split. We've got, I would say, more than half the field making that very, very long run, but then you've got several that are staying in the river, and the river is absolutely kicking them out. We've got guys catching largemouth. We've got guys catching big smallmouth, and really you can kind of pick your poison here on the St. Lawrence right now. But the story so far for us, we're like John Cox mentioned in that intro, a little bit earlier than when a lot of the major trails come here. We're just after the 4th of July. A lot of fish still spawning. A lot of fish up shallow. So we're primarily going to see a shallow water beatdown today on live. Is kind of what we're anticipating from the guys we talked to yesterday that we will be covering. Of course, we cover the top 5 in the standings based on those day 1 standings here for our day 2 live. And we got a good crew lined up today, without a doubt. Let's take a look at that crew right now that figured it out the best on day 1 here, stop number 5, and Drew Cook, 27 pounds, 2 ounces, just a slight lead over his roommate, the coach, Patrick Walters, the winningest angler in NPFL history. He's fished with us 4 of the 5 years and the all-time leading money winner. Kyle Welcher, as Fat Cat mentioned, your 2024 Progressive Angler of the Year and your current Angler of the Year leader for this year in that Progressive AOY race. And then we've got the young buck, Andrew Reddy, tied with Andrew Upshaw. We're going to call Andrew Drew today.
There we go.
We're to separate the two, but 24 pounds, 8 ounces. Jesse Wise just narrowly missing being on camera with 24.4. Cole Harris, a Champlain kid, showing off that northeastern smallmouth
BT
love.
representing.
No doubt about it. Justin Atkins, former Forest Wood Cup champ, a ton of experience here and success. No surprise to see him in the top 10. Shane LaHue, a lot of success here as well over the years. And some guy named Jason Christie, a rookie here in the NPFL, winner of the Santee Cooper event to kick off the year right there in 10th. Hunter Sales having a fantastic start and having a fantastic year. Robert Lusky, 23.4 yesterday. Mike Quinlan, Greg Hackney, 14th place. Like you said, 23 pounds lands you just down there in a measly 14th place. Unbelievable. John Cox, Shane Lineberger, Corey Casey, KJ Queen, Caleb Koopall, and Scott Canterbury, your Douglas Lake champ, rounding out your top 20 after day number 1. Just insane weights. We broke all sorts of records yesterday. And now, Fat Cat, is our favorite time. We have ran our mouths, but let's let these big smallmouth bass do the talking with your Progressive Angler of the Year leader, Kyle Welcher.
You're live, man. Talk about your morning. Just getting here.
Well, so far we hadn't done much fishing, but we got the run out of the way. Going back, you actually can go a little bit faster because the current's with you. So we got a long day today too. We're in the later flights. So today we're going to do a good bit of expanding and looking. I got some places I'm going to go to that I haven't been to since day 1 of practice. Hopefully we catch some big ones there. I didn't feel like I could catch giants there. That's why I didn't go yesterday, because I just wanted to go fish a lot of the community stuff before it got a lot of pressure. We did that, had a good day, and now we'll try to fish some sneaky stuff. And we got a really, really nice one right here that needs to cooperate, because he is not little, but he is not overly aggressive either. But yeah, half the run's done, so that's now we just got to make it back.
Some of these anglers running almost 2 hours one way. Obviously, you got to get gas. It turns into an expensive business venture.
It's a serious gamble too. You have some of these guys it's the first time they're actually having to fuel up twice in a day of fishing. A lot of guys are making this long run for the first time ever. Andrew Reddy, it's his first time there.
Yeah, so his first time, the Florida boy, first time at the St. Lawrence. Not the case for Kyle Welcher. Had a top 10 here in a Bassmaster Elite last summer. Look at how clear that water is, and I look at the bed that Kyle, these big smallmouth will let you get pretty close sometimes. Kyle said this one's not cooperating, and that water's probably a lot deeper if you're watching at home.
So smallmouth standard. You got to have one.
Water clarity makes it look a lot shallower than it is sometimes.
Come on over here.
Could be.
Come on. Don't you want
10
to go
feet
see
of water right there where Kyle's at.
Sight fishing up here is way different.
Or Big Al.
We go for a boat wide.
Kyle had a narrow lead coming into this event, the Progressive Angler of the Year race, over Patrick Walters and Greg Hackney, who came into this event tied. After day one, he's got a narrow lead still, 4 points. Patrick couldn't gain a lot on him. Patrick in second and Welcher in third after day one. Hackney fell off the pace with that terrible 14th place start to the event with 23 pounds.
So crazy.
It's hard to keep pace with these boys right now.
Hank Cherry's in 50th with the last 20-pound bag. 20-pound bags all the way down to 50th. Coming into day two.
Let's check in with the coach, the man himself, Patrick Walters, making the long run. 27 pounds even on day one. We're there now, baby. On the big pond.
Patrick, we're live.
I think we might be having some issues with Pat's mic pack there. Apologize for that.
Things come unfastened.
Pat trying to make it 5 wins here in the league. Or he had to build a shop at his house just to hold his NPFL shields.
Looking for his first AOI trophy this year, though.
And with 1 to go, certainly in the right spot to try to hoist that golden shield. I think Welcher will have something to say about that last one, kind of in the home state of Alabama. Will Welcher let him come down there and win that shield? That will be, if it ends like it is right now, that will be one heck of a race in September, where the water will look nothing like this. Pat Cather. We'll have that. He is not in the Dominican Republic. That is Lake Ontario.
No, he's not talking.
Kind of crazy to think about the career he has had and only 30 years old. He's had a career of a lifetime.
Can you read me that one rock right there?
Absolutely,
That's
brother.
the only one I want right there.
I guarantee you I have a dot on him.
Oh, I guarantee you do. That's what you can.
I'll leave that one alone, I
I
promise.
greatly appreciate it. I lost it yesterday.
Dude, I caught like today I caught one over 5 over here on this point that I broke off yesterday.
Yeah?
And then I lost these other 2 yesterday myself, so. You must have slid in here later in the afternoon, huh?
I did.
Patrick Welcher's hooked up.
Ooh. Good morning from the St. Lawrence River. Where are you? Come on. Not the friendliest fish.
Not that guy.
Have mercy.
Hey, sir, if you don't mind, I'm about to go work up that chow real quick.
Patrick with a lot of company today. We heard fellow NPFL pro Buck Mallard, who had a good bag of fish yesterday.
You can. I'm going to head that way in a minute, but yes, sir.
Seems like we got, on a fishery like this, you're going to have folks out enjoying themselves.
This time of
No
year,
doubt about it.
everybody knows
It's a
what's going on.
vacation, Messina, New York, vacation destination. Weather's nice, fishing's amazing.
And if you come, you better stay at the Blue Spruce Motel. And we've talked about this. Like, a lot of folks could be on the water, especially where Patrick's at. A lot of Saturday, more tournaments going on. Like, this is where everybody wants to be this time of the year. So,
Saw several,
pressure would definitely play a role.
several bass boats in the city of Messina this morning putting in at the ramp after we launched, and then when you and I were leaving launch and coming to the studio, saw a lot of bass boats headed that way. Rightfully so.
Absolutely.
I got out on the water a little bit yesterday with the one and only Tanner Lyons from Twin Visuals. Got to run around on the river, and there was a lot of folks out enjoying the St. Lawrence.
Bingo.
And we talked to anglers too that are rolling the dice, making that long run. After finally getting there, seeing boats on the spot that they had made that long run for.
There are so many variables, and and I don't think
Are
we
you
talk
hearing
about that
his
enough
audio?
in professional fishing. A lot of people feel like catching fish is finding fish, catching fish is just how these tournaments
he's
go.
not
if you're gonna win
talking
them, right?
much.
There's so much strategy.
Zoned
Like I'm
in.
talking about Patrick testing props, Patrick taking things out of his boat to lighten it up so he gets just that much, little bit more fuel efficiency because he's running so far away from
He's talking now.
the ability to get gas before he gets back into the river.
Are you not hearing him talk at all?
Just up a bit of that. That's why the fish are so deceiving. You can't gauge them. You basically got to catch it.
Now we're going to take a little move over to Andrew Upshaw. (24-8) yesterday, left him tied with the other Andrew. Andrew ready?
Oh, yeah, there she is. All right, cool. I was kind of stressing there for a second. She just swam back in. That was the deal.
Yeah.
Before we went live this morning, we saw Andrew doing work on a really nice St. Lawrence smallmouth.
Well, guys, we're working a pretty large one right here. Definitely one that I'd like to weigh in on a bed. And she kind of nudged my bait a second ago. It's crazy how when you get out here, each fish is a little bit different. You know, one time they might want a Ned rig, and one time they might want a drop shot, and you know, and you kind of have to have that open mind. You can't get stuck on one thing. See, this fish swam out, and one thing I've noticed about these smallmouth is when they're spawning like that, you anytime you can get them moving is when you're going to catch them or have a better chance to catch them. And I hung in its bed, so that's going to break. Ooh, let's see if we can get her to bite the old baby Z2. Started out the day kind of scary. I actually lost my biggest one of the day and then caught it, you know, 5 or 10 minutes later. But I don't like losing them. That's stressful. But just happened to work out there. All right, let's see if she'll eat a drop shot. All right. Where you at, fish?
Andrew was the first college qualifier.
When we
college
came
angler
into
to
this
ever
little
qualify
area,
for the Bassmaster Classic way back.
I actually noticed a new fish that I didn't see the other day, and it's a pretty decent one. So what we'll probably do is, if we can catch this one fairly quick. All right, she came back. She is not acting like she wants this, I can tell you that. Whew. Oh, there she is. Oh, she's nose down on it right now. Well, maybe she does want this. Everybody's out there using those floggers and stuff, and I'm just old school, actually using just my eyeballs. She's finicky though. Whew, she is finicky. She's also very shallow.
Andrew mentioned there he lost his best fish of the day, but was able to catch it. Let's take a look now at that near miss.
There she is.
This morning, had that fish jump really high and then was able to get that fish to bite again.
All right. Now the fun part. Oh, come on. Right there. Almost got her. There we go. Finally. Now that is a nice smallmouth hooked inside the mouth. That was what we came for right there. There we go. Fish number one. Whew.
And as he mentioned, lost that fish about 10 minutes earlier.
Not bad.
It almost jumped
Not
over
bad.
his basket.
About a 4 1/4, 4 1/2, around in that range. A good fish number one. There we go. That's what you want, those real fat, wide ones.
Boy.
4 more. 4 more. That's what I'm talking about. Lost her once and then got her again. All right, I'm gonna go ease up where that one chased my hair jig a second ago. And I'm gonna ease back on that one I saw just a second ago too.
Back alive with Andrew.
Good stuff.
Going to see a lot of that today.
And there are a lot of those 4.5 pounders swimming around.
It's the only bad thing about throwing a natural color bait. It's a little harder to see it in the water.
Still think of Andrew as being a young angler on the scene, but he's actually the oldest of our top 5 today at 38 years of age. Almost as old as I am now. I'm old as dirt, so.
Tell me, buddy.
Yeah.
Older than Methuselah. You ever heard that? Old as Methuselah?
I have.
I think her spot's a little to the left. One thing you'll notice about these smallmouth too is they do have like little bitty spots that if you get that bait near that spot, oh my gosh, they go unglued. And a lot of it you can tell by the way they position in the bed. You'll find a place that they'll kind of hesitate on more than other places. And if you can figure out where that place is usually if you drag your bait through there is where you're going to get them to strike. See, I was a little off. I moved her. Let's see what she does. I think the problem is
Andrew wanted
throwing a little short, or a little. It looks like you're throwing right on the bed, and then in fact you're actually throwing short of the bed. And it's real easy to screw that up.
Wonder if it would make it easier if you had a flogger. Are you a flogger?
Yes and no. It's cool, but it is.
It's not as easy.
It is not easy. It is not easy. The guys that are dialed in with that use the ice fishing size rods and all that. I mean, when you are, it became popular in team tournaments, up in the northern part of the country, and you got one partner holding the cone and the other on the rod, and the guy that's looking through the flogger's telling you, hey, move your bait this way. The fish is reacting this, But when
That's
you
wild.
have to work
Go
that
over
thing
there and bite
yourself
it
and
then
try
not
to work
bite
the
again.
fish and set the hook, it is not easy. Also, laying across the gunnel of the boat all day long is not as easy as some folks think. Appreciate everybody tuning in early this morning on day 2. Stop number 5 here out of the town of Messina, the St. Lawrence River. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with more giant St. Lawrence smallmouth in just a few moments.
The newest addition to the Basscat STS family is here. Introducing the Caracal STS, showcasing aggressive styling, paired with enhanced performance and a continued dedication to raising the bar. Measuring in at 20 feet 2 inches with an ultra-wide 96-inch beam and rated for a 250 to 300 horsepower engine, the Caracal STS boasts agility and speed and is finished with premium features to satisfy any angler. Basscat Boats. Feel the rush.
Pro Guide Batteries have been supporting the fishing industry for 42 years. The future of fishing is lithium batteries. Pro Guide Batteries has joined the lithium world. Get all-day reliability with lithium Pro Guide batteries. Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com.
When it comes to finding jigs, spinnerbaits, and buzzbaits, keep it in the USA. Go with Epic.
Epic's tackle is designed by fishermen for fishermen, with hours and hours of thought behind it.
That's why our tungsten weights keep your line from fraying, cast after cast.
Whether it's saltwater or freshwater, Epic's lure designs will give you the edge on your next big catch.
Epic, veteran owned. So check us out, America. EpicBaitsFishing.com.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha, reliability starts here.
Epic only gives you one shot, so come armed with the Quest series, Minn Kota's toughest motors yet. Go where the fish are worth the fight, where chaos is the cost of entry, where the highlight reels happen. Motors that never let up, so you're never let down. The bigger the question marks, the better the quest.
How about it for the G-Man? 15 pounds, 13 ounces. Here's stop number 4.
Hey guys, Gerald Swindle. Just sitting here in the boat recapping my Eufaula tournament. And hey, I was one of the guys that was lucky enough to win the Explorer money from Humminbird, which means I've run an Explorer unit on my rig. And Humminbird pays a bonus for that, which is a really cool program. So if you go out and buy it, you're going to get rewarded. But I have it rigged on a TH Kong mount. I can take it off and put it in my John boat and go river fishing. It's the most useful, underutilized piece of equipment most guys have got. The price, what I can do, take it off one boat, put it in another boat. You see up here, I've got the big unit, the Apex. But what I love having my Explorer over here, I got a full map. Cool part, all the maps come in the Explorer. That's right, you get one card in it, you don't have to go buy a bunch of them. It's in there. I go full mapping on it. I can utilize all the color palettes, highlight what I want, what I don't want. At Eufaula it was really cool because I was able to highlight the original shoreline out around 9 foot. And make a line to say if this green was the original shoreline, and I could follow that way offshore where everybody else might have been in where my boat was. I was out here. So the Explorer was most definitely key for me because I was able to follow that without any type of FFS, just simply using 360 and Explorer. I could run the original Eufaula shoreline. Guys, that's how I've been using my Explorer unit, and here at the NPFL, it pays to explore, baby, and I'm doing it again.
Heard it right there from the man. It definitely pays to explore, and we've had 4 of those winners so far, taking home an extra $1,000 just for running that Humminbird Explorer unit that is made by the official electronics partner of the NPFL. And Gerald Swindle took that home last time at Muddy Lake Eufaula. Who will it be this week? Lots of contingencies at play here in this 2025 season. We appreciate the folks from Humminbird. There's Billy Lowen showing off his check from Santee Cooper, I believe. Billy was the winner there. Now back live with your Progressive Angler of the Year leader, Kyle Welcher. 3rd place after day 1 here, 24-13.
Kyle, they got you live. Talk to me about what you're seeing out there, fish-wise.
Yeah, you know, without live scope, we're just gonna fish shallow to mid-depth mostly. And, you know, we just kind of got started, but I've seen 2 really, really nice ones. There's a smallmouth over on the bed, and I'm not sure if one of them's on the bed, but they can be really easy to catch, and they can be extremely difficult to catch. So you kind of got to manage your time, especially if you're making a long run. We don't have a ton of fishing time. You really got to manage your time. Can't stay on one for too long and not catch them. So that's kind of the battle we're having right now, is we need to catch them. And I'd like to catch those two because I think they're both good ones. But we'll see. We're just gonna jump around. We don't have any yet, so it's hard to really sit on one for a long time when you don't have any.
Still sitting on a goose egg this morning. That's probably not going to be for very long, I would imagine.
I'd have to agree.
Talk about strategy coming into play. This is the guy that he loves to strategize more than he loves to catch bass, I believe.
Dude, let me tell you what. In his brief NPFL career, dude, this son of a gun is averaging a top 6 finish.
Scary.
Son. First year fishing with us, wins Progressive AOI.
Not the guy you want to be chasing in the Progressive Angler of the Year race,
not.
that's for sure.
One of the best under pressure, one of the best closers, just all around one of the best anglers in the country.
Finally got his first big win this year. He's been super consistent in his career. Won the Bassmaster Elite Series Angler of the Year race a couple years ago, and then gets the big win on the Pasquotank River earlier this year. And he has
won by one of the biggest margins in history across bass fishing, period.
That's right, 45 pounds, and he has been in the mix. Every time we've had a camera on this year, Kyle Welcher has been in the mix and has had some big day twos.
There we go. You took the words out of my mouth. Absolutely.
Always seems to make a charge.
Brought over 19 pounds at Norman on day 2. Everybody's like, what?
That was the day you and I were standing there in the weigh-in line, and he goes, hey, what's the biggest bag that's been weighed in? That's never a good thing that you want to hear Kyle Welcher asking if you're one of the other anglers.
That's right. And it doesn't seem like these anglers have any real curveballs to deal with this week as far as weather goes.
Very lucky with that.
Very stable. Only thing we've talked about a little bit has been of conversation is the moon phase. Oh, hooked up.
I need to get by you. I'm gonna get him right there on the driver's seat.
Oof. Every time they do that, you just kind of close your eyes.
Pucker up.
Come here, big girl. It's not that big, but
is that a hair jig fish? I believe it might have been. He's seeing a lot of that.
Call that skunk. That skunk.
Never put one in live well that small yesterday.
That small. A lot of folks, that'd be their smallmouth PB most likely.
Got us one.
Out of 26 days in
that
tour
one's right.
level competition this year, Welcher has had the heaviest stringer 8 times.
Golly.
That'll work.
That was awesome. You were live. Feeling a little bit better since you got one in the box?
A little. We need to cull it.
Yeah.
That's sad to say here, but you need to cull that one. I feel a lot better if we can get that one. If we get that one, we'll be all right.
Be all right. Come here, big girl. We'll be all right.
First quad box of the day here from the St. Lawrence. Welcher, Walters, Cook, and Upshaw. Andrew Reddy still running around a little bit for all you Andrew Reddy fans. I know his family's up here in New York with him.
Support group.
but he has been moving and shaking so far this
Fishing
morning.
family, it's in the blood. It's what they do. But this quad box here, you talk about a difference between this event and Lake Eufaula. Have mercy. A little bit of contrast.
Yeah, I had I saw some guy on social media, the internet experts saying, yeah, the NPFL, they banned forward-facing sonar, and all they've done is just scheduled the lakes at the best conditions at the best time. And I said, hey, bud, you might want to look at that 9 feet tall, 9 feet high, 85
How is that
degrees.
a bad thing, though? Like, what are we even talking about?
I know.
Like, honestly,
Imagine wanting to catch fish. That's crazy. But yeah, I'm like, did you see the 9 feet high Eufaula mud that was 85?
And hang it.
Exactly.
The stupidest comment ever. It's like, oh, God forbid we put anglers in a place where they can catch fish and put on a good show.
Originally this tournament was scheduled 3 weeks later than this, and there was a scheduling conflict, another tournament in the area, and so NPFL elected to move a little bit earlier in the month.
I'm glad they did. I'm sure the anglers are as well.
No doubt about that.
Have mercy, man. Smart call Wednesday through Friday, I think, as well.
Mm-hmm. We're going to have our second finale Friday in a row.
Let's go.
Tomorrow for $100,000. All NPFL anglers in the event. There's no cut.
Full field all 3 days.
It's like we saw with Patrick Walters there, Buck Mallory. He's not in contention to win necessarily, but a lot of these anglers, they had great days in these same areas as our leaders. So that's another factor going into that final day.
This is when so many factors are in play.
We talk about Patrick Walters a ton and his incredible pro angling career to just be 30 years old, and he rooms with Drew Cook. But I feel like Drew Cook, who was our leader after day one, Drew is a guy that does not get enough credit in the sport for being a powerhouse, the powerhouse he is. I mean, he's got wins on the Elite Series.
Stopping on this flat right here. I didn't fish this yesterday. I went up there and caught one and then kept on moving. But we're gonna fish this flat a little bit and then keep on trucking. This oh, there's a big one. Gosh.
We've got the man, Drew Cook.
We're still alive, Drew.
Breaking it down for you there in the quad box.
Fish this flat and then probably keep covering ground, covering water. See if we can run into
See if we can do that. Drew Cook hooked up.
Some big ones. I hate to even catch these things. It's been too much. But you can't hardly tell when this thing's in the water how big they are. You might think he's a 3.5, he might be a 5, you might think he's a 3.5, he might be a 3.5 or a 3.
He did not have any like that in his bag yesterday.
Oh, that's a freaking...
That one would have been in danger in the live well yesterday, as a matter of fact.
Not need to stay. We'll let him ride for right now, I guess.
This is another one of those events where you see anglers throwing back fish sometimes that usually you would keep because they anticipate being able to catch them. But I was talking to Hunter Bogman yesterday, who only brought in 3. He had 2 fish over 5 pounds and then just a squeaker keeper, and said he threw back a couple of fish that he was worried about fish care issues with. And he's like, surely I'll be able to catch a couple more, and never did yesterday. Kind of got stung a little bit. Because you always wonder that when you see folks throwing it back, and these tournaments are so close. And yeah, you are going to have 4 and 5 pounders and 6 pound, obviously, to do well in this event. But man, before you got anything, gotta have a little bit of a foundation in the box.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a tough pill to swallow.
And for our first time today, we're going to check in with the Florida pro, the rookie, 21-year-old Andrew Reddy. His first time at the St. Lawrence, and I'd say he's ready to invest in some real estate in upstate New York. Andrew with 24-8 day one.
Currently sitting on one 3.5 pounder. Foul hooked one this morning, couldn't make her bite again. So right now we're just fishing some flats, fixing to move some more areas where I got some more spawning fish. But I mean, if I could just get a couple bites off this flat, that would go a massive way. I've already had 2 that were probably over 5 follow me to the boat. There's another good one right there. There's another one too. So just gonna keep our head down. I mean, I didn't think it was gonna be balls to the wall fast or anything. We're just gonna keep our head down and try and put 5 in the boat, 5 good ones. That's all we can do.
Andrew is a true rookie, as we like to call it here. No professional experience. He has dabbled in the Toyota series, but at this level, it's his first year. And here in 2025, his best finish up to this point has been a 63rd at Eufaula, so not the start he wanted. So, man, you know he's got to be fired up.
Jesus.
To have a cameraman over his shoulder on day 2 here. Also, really handy, got the homemade graph mount.
Oh, yeah.
Was talking to his dad this morning. They had to do a little surgery yesterday. Had a graph mount break, and they were supposed to, I believe, have a replacement for this event. He said, hey, what do you think about my 2x4?
Once that sun comes up, because when I found him yesterday, it was like 11:30, 12 o'clock, and they were just, it was going down in here. So I think once that sun gets up a little bit more, it'll be a little bit easier to catch some of these fish, too.
I like that.
Slow and steady.
Slow and steady. Not rattled. Willing to play that waiting game. Optimistic about what's to come.
Just talking to Andrew a little bit, he doesn't strike me as somebody that gets rattled very often. He seems to be.
Buddy, and I like the music he adds to, because when he posts on social media, on Instagram, he'll throw a little mix of music in there. Buddy, he'll go from Elton John to Metallica. He's all over the place. Boys to Men or...
Sounds like Big Al's playlist.
Don't do that to Andrew. It's nowhere near that bad. Shout out Big Al.
On the 1s and 2s.
Wiki, 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 wiki.
There were some anglers complaining about Big Al's playlist this morning at takeoff.
Buddy.
They didn't like Warren G. Frankly, I had a problem with them having a problem with,
I
with
didn't
the
hear
Warren
no
G.
anglers
Regulate.
Warren G, because I will regulate somebody. Back up and regroup. It was club out. They're handing out glow sticks.
Glow sticks and fizz needles.
It was one for fizzing. Joke. Luke started it.
Oh my gosh, dude. One of them's gonna bite it eventually. There's 2 like 4-pounders right there. Oh my gosh.
with his great day one, Andrew was able to move up to 69th in the Progressive Angler of the Year race. He was 95th coming into this event. That just shows what those top 10s do. Got to be on the top 40 to make the entry fee free championship. So it's hard to make those big climbs, big jumps in the standings with so few events to go, man.
Especially
two
when
left.
You're at a fishery like this where everybody else is catching them too.
That's right. Very hard to make those big gains.
Oh, hooked up.
Oh boy.
Have mercy, son. Young buck got a hook set on him. Oh, he's gonna boat flip the son of a gun. He's a Florida boy. He knows how to handle them big ones. Smallmouth are a different breed, aren't they?
Anytime now.
Scientifically, I guess they are, but never mind.
Okay. Maybe I'll land him tomorrow.
Take your time.
Tomorrow. Not a bad one, but not really the kind we
He's
need.
got that even, calm, cool demeanor.
Another hair jig fish. Something about that hair jig, that fly, these smallmouth can't
Oh, it's interesting looking
stand.
at the deck of the boats at this event compared to other events we've been at this year.
Didn't see a lot of hair jigs at Eufaula.
No. Like, what in the world? Inline spinners. Been seeing some of those this week.
Get you a little rooster tail action.
Shout out to Meps.
From one Andrew to another, let's check back in with Texas Pro Andrew Upshaw, who was tied for fourth with Andrew Reddy, 24-8.
Fish and come in from that side.
Has a tour level win with smallmouth.
Just seeing that she's
FLW Tour at Lake Cherokee.
weird. And actually, I think it might be easier casting from this other side.
We were talking about Upshaw being the oldest. We just left Andrew Reddy, the youngest, 22 in the top
She's
five.
as locked on gets. That's the problem. You don't ever want them too locked on. I don't know about patience other than losing my mind. Especially, I just know it's a good one.
It's probably Todd Castledine calling.
Oh, look at him. Chased it all the way out to the
Andrew,
boat.
listen.
Reeling it in. Like, what the heck? And he wants this.
Was he the guy that left the comment about why did we come here?
Get him to.
Todd will troll me from time to
You know what I
time.
might have to do is put that net on that drop shot and keep it in front of her face. That might actually get her to trigger. It's almost like she can't find it on the bottom. She can see it scurrying, but it's getting too much moss on it. Yeah, let's try that. I bet that'll catch her probably first cast.
Fingers crossed.
Let's see what happens.
Andrew's 36th in that Progressive Angler of the Year race after day one.
Oops.
One of those anglers that puts in the time on the water, but also the extra work off the water. YouTube channel, putting content out a ton, always filming.
Does a great job, man. Very consistent, educational, has a good time. Definitely worth a follow.
I feel like we moved some. Now eat it. She's all over it. Oh, see, that's a bad thing about doing that. Thing will twist on you.
Sounds like Andrew's thinks he's getting a little closer making this one bite. Welcome back to the NPFL Live Studios, powered by Pro Guide batteries, and the fast and furious start that we're expecting. I don't know, not a ton of fish catches, but we anticipated that.
Not on camera.
Right.
Catch track on fire.
Yeah, catch track's always going to be on fire. We're going to take a look at the unofficial leaderboard. All these anglers are strongly encouraged, and I mean strongly. I've seen Fat Cat get people in headlocks. It's always kind of crazy at the drive-through weigh-ins, but they give us their estimated weight totals. Of course, a guy like Drew Cook yesterday, we can talk about that. He said, I got 20 pounds. He comes in with 27. So believe nothing that you see here, but let's take a look at that unofficial leaderboard right now. And the Champlain Kid currently on top with 7-4 today so far. Obviously, we are a long ways from the drive-through weigh-in with Big Al McCullough, and things will start to really change. As we know, Drew Cook's got a couple fish. We know Patrick Walters has got fish. It depends on who's got service, who takes the time to actually enter into catch track so we can tell this story. But Cole Harris, Drew Cook, Patrick Walters, Mike Quinlan, Kevin Rogers, Jason Reyes, Kyle Welcher, Wes Logan, Andrew Reddy, and Andrew Upshaw still hanging around the top 10. Of course, no changes. They've not added any fish from today, and we know that they do have fish. Justin Atkins looks like he's got 9 pounds today so far to add to his 23-13 from yesterday. Brian Hatfield with a 17-pound back at 15-6 yesterday. Didn't have the day he wanted, but it's got him up here early in this unofficial top 20. Jesse Wise, John Branch, Andrew Upshaw, Harmon Davis, Dan Blackert, Sean Alvarez, Hank Cherry, and Jason Burrows rounding out that unofficial top 20 early on day 2 here in the town of Messina, New York. We are going to take a quick commercial break, and we will be right back with more St. Lawrence River smallmouth.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Flo from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here. Super fun beach day, everybody.
We're off the clock to clock more fish, to fill our live wells and empty our coolers, because there's more to explore. The latest Humminbird fish finders work fast, see clearly, and know all the best spots. They fish even smarter paired with the Minn Kota and break down the water like never before. If you like your plans loose and lines tight, then it's time to explore. only with Humminbird.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha, reliability starts here.
Before there were hashtags, there were handshakes and shared stories. They gave us confidence to make our first cast, to chase our dreams. They taught us to fish, and in the process, taught us about life. They taught us that success isn't just about reaching the top, it's about lifting others up. The future isn't just about selling tackle. It's about 3 simple words. Let's go fishing. Here's to the original influencers.
Since 1971, Basscat Boats has innovated, persistently thinking outside the box, never abandoning their roots or the commitment to quality through their process. Clearly visible in the new Puma STS, their design and development continues to evolve, improving performance, enhancing the angler's experience, and broadening the appeal of the sport they have dedicated their lives to. Basscat Boats. Feel the rush.
What's going on, guys? Knox Hitt here, sales manager of Bass Mooch and Level Rods. We just released the new rake series from Level. This price point is under $100. $99.99 is the retail. 8 casting models, 3 spinning models, built on a 30-40 ton Japanese Toray carbon blank, keeping it very lightweight, very sensitive. We got that paired up with some stainless steel tangle-free guides with titanium oxide inserts. We have a multi-contact reel seat where no matter where your hand is at all times, you have direct contact with the blank, making this a very sensitive rod. We have 8 casting models, 3 spinning models. Get yours today at levelrods.com or bassmooch.com.
Welcome back to stop number 5 of the 2025 NPFL season here on the beautiful St. Lawrence River. And the coach, Patrick Walters.
Hooked up with a big one.
Hooked up.
We got 3 so far. More boats in here than I thought would be, but I mean, that's not really an issue. There's plenty of fish everywhere. I'm not seeing as many fish as I did. I came in here yesterday afternoon and I guess they pulled up pretty quick. That's why we're just gonna check this, honestly. I got a bunch of stuff to go hit. I just wanted to see if we catch that one big one. It's still there. I hadn't caught it yet. That sounded good. So we're gonna kind of fish up here for a minute, see if we can catch one fishing. And then, ooh, I just seen one way up there. And then we're gonna go run some juice. So that's the plan, just kind of nickel and dime one at a time. See if we can catch a big one.
And it's interesting the strategy of the guys running to the lake, running to the mouth of the river, the sight fishing strategy, the hair jig on these flats hooked up.
A little bit better.
One of those dark ones.
Then up there shallow, son.
Beautiful. If you're sitting down south in 100% humidity right now, where I'm from in Tennessee, this is what you're dreaming of right now.
Pack the bags and head to Messina right now.
Yeah. That fish is skinny. Damn, this fish is skinny. He looked bigger than that. Like if it had been that long and fat.
Patrick told us he lost a fish yesterday. He estimated over 6.5 pounds. Or 6.7 was our big bass yesterday. Robert Husky, fourth biggest smallmouth in NPFL history.
Still can't get over the average bag weight was 19 pounds. Crazy. A little over 19, actually.
You're just average with 19.
Oh, my goodness. Our biggest ever in NPFL history.
I'm actually gonna...
Most single day weight as far as cumulative, all the fish weighed in 2,000, a little over 2,000 pounds. Which we've seen a 613 here in the NPFL Saginaw Bay. Kevin Martin just a couple years ago.
A tank.
Giant smallmouth. But if there's anywhere you can break that smallmouth record, whether that's the biggest five or the biggest smallmouth ever weighed in NPFL history, it's this place right here.
That's right, just cover. I thought the fish was skinny. It looked like it had a belly, but it's like, you could just feel it's like hollow. And so you can't gauge how big that fish could have been 7 pounds. I mean, with how long it looked. So you got to check them long ones, but you can't waste time fishing too much because then you'll never get to fish all the best stuff. So that's why we're just going to keep covering water. Stop on a big one. That fish was about it though. Is. Oh my God, we're gonna catch him behind us so good. I'm gonna go this way first, just to play a little defense. Damn, I'm thirsty.
Coach playing defense.
The intimidator.
Damn, I'm ADD.
Patrick likes a good mind game, like all the greats do.
Looks like one up there shallow. That looks like a good one.
The water sounds delicious.
Filtered through that stash, that smallie stash.
Yes, sir. This dude.
Oops. Came off. Going into ninja mode. Way to limit every day of the season so far. And with that last event at Eufaula, that's not an easy feat at all.
That's a strong stat.
Only 16 anglers in the field have been able to accomplish that feat.
2 of them.
2025.
Where did you go?
Still the NPFL all-time leading money winner with over $500,000 since he started fishing with us.
4 of the 5 years the NPFL has been in existence, we've had the coach with us.
2023 almost won the Progressive AOY and even missed an event that season. Right behind the Godfather. Todd Goad.
Another one right there that looks good.
2023
I want to see
progressive.
these were two of them, and they were aggressive. That's why I want to find where they went. There's one.
A little double box action.
Mm-hmm.
See if we can double up on some 5-pound smallmouth on the St. Lawrence.
Go.
No, I meant you and I. Let's leave and see if we can go get in on some
I
of
don't
this
think
action.
anybody would miss us. Let's go.
I had to be out there yesterday, and it's get up on some of these flats, and you're covered anglers. You're like, oh, there's a 4-pounder swimming up. There's a 3-pounder. Oh, there's 3 under the boat right now. And you just, it's tough on a man that likes to catch a smallmouth bass to not be able to cast at them.
Yeah, it was definitely interesting at the weigh-in yesterday, getting feedback from a lot of the anglers that had never been here before until this week. Just blown away.
Unless it's a freaking rock.
And that can almost be a trap too, because there's such a difference.
In, called 20 pounds.
Absolutely. And anywhere else you go.
20 pounds was 50th place yesterday.
So many places you go in this country, a 20-pound bag is kind of that baseline, like, okay, we're in good shape. We got 20.
Lost him, hooked him for a second. Cool. It looks like a big one.
I guess what I mean by that is you can. Is that Robleski?
I can't tell. I think it is.
Rob had over 23 pounds yesterday. Everybody hooked up, but you and I, Fat Cat.
Ain't no doubt. Story of my life.
There's a big one there.
That one that's going to help.
Come on, baby, come on. Where'd you go, baby girl? I don't think that was her. Where did you go?
You know, we talked earlier while we were going through the leaderboard. The cat's tracking, anglers not putting weights in. And out of any event we go to, this is one event I might give them a little bit of slack because they're spending so much time to get where they're going. They almost spend as much time traveling as they are fishing. Maybe not quite that much, but you got guys that are having over 4 hours tied up in travel. If not more than that, having to stop and get fuel. So those few minutes you have to take time and put those weights in, you know, every cast counts.
Well, and also you get in an area like this where there's some other boats and everybody can see the same thing. Yeah, you really don't want to take your eye off the ball, so to speak.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Rob looks like he's hooked up again in the background. Of course, he did that a lot yesterday with the weight that he had. We had him on top of the catch track unofficially most of the day yesterday with 23 pounds pretty early.
Up again. Some St. Lawrence squeakers. Busky. Better one this time. Didn't let us see it. He's just throwing them in the box, boy.
Yeah,
he'll figure it out later.
Yeah. So we'll start building the house. We'll decorate it later. We're not worried about it. We'll move furniture in after we get this foundation laid.
God dang, that looks like a giant.
It's hard to believe that smallmouth could outshadow largemouth, but our overall weight total yesterday was bigger than the previous record that was just set at Santee Cooper earlier this year in March, which was a heavyweight beatdown of epic proportions with giant largemouth coming across the scales and giant 5-fish stringers. We eclipsed that with smallmouth yesterday.
My heart was racing. I swore that sucker had it.
When Pat says that's a giant, start paying attention.
Facts.
Sometimes they deceive you how big they are.
Little quad box action.
Welcher Walters, cook and ready.
It's a little contrast, a little difference in the water.
Do not get a lot of days on this body of water, whether that's the St. Lawrence River proper or Lake Ontario, that it's slick as glass. That is for sure, but we've been very fortunate with a good forecast for everybody to be able to make the runs they want to make, pretty much fish wherever they want to fish.
Yes, sir. Minimal chaos this week, especially compared to stop 4. Lake Eufaula, Oklahoma, have mercy.
You know, I think everybody needed a little less chaos after, you know, we had a cancellation day. We had high muddy
It's like
water.
a field trip.
Yeah. If you come all the way up here, you might not get a check, but you're like, you know what? We had a good time.
But see, you can get in trouble fishing these like little hornets.
Just into Walters.
Are you just getting a little scrape of them? They could be a shit pile of fish, but that's not always. Sometimes where the biggest ones are that. What the hell I just had? My freaking glasses are stained.
Walters is in the aquarium.
All right, we're gonna give this about 25 more minutes. I'm just gonna troll motor through here pretty quick.
See him fighting off those St. Lawrence flies as well. There's a lot of that going on yesterday with no wind out there on that river.
Buddy.
I could see for a splitter.
They hungry too.
Little guy coming out.
Full screen. Drew
Cook.
Leader.
Day 1. Brought in 27 pound, 2 ounces. Certified Messina meat. Right, didn't come from Messina. We let out of Messina, but
They're here now.
That's right. That's right.
They found lovely new home in Messina yesterday afternoon after they met Al McCullough.
What a great place to live.
Come on.
All of Cook's, shouldn't say all, but a lot of Cook's top finishes in professional fishing and his wins have been based around sight fishing. He's fantastic at it. Kind of gets labeled as that, sight fishing specialist, but as we've seen over the last couple of years, and if you keep up with Drew, he can truly catch them doing anything, whether it is using forward-facing sonar, which we're not allowed to do this year, but side imaging, using that, you know, whatever he's got to do offshore. He can catch them in the dirt, catch them sight fishing. We see him doing so many different things, which we talk about that a lot on NPFL Live now. You have to be versatile anymore. We don't see these specialists as much in professional fishing anymore. To survive these days, you have to be really good at so many techniques.
For sure, my friend. Dual box with Drew and Andrew.
These guys were tied 4th place coming into today with 24-8. Was that a shot of James Watson's house, one of his many houses up there that we were looking at over Upshaw's shoulder just a few minutes ago?
You got his kind of money. You put a house wherever you want.
Yeah,
I didn't see any boat docks on it.
Then it wasn't James. Big boat dock guy, James Watson.
Andrew, they're checking in on us here. What have you been looking
Average bass yesterday weighed
So I'm still on the
314.
same
Fat
bed
cat just
fish.
shot
I've
4
actually
pounds.
shifted around a couple times. I just hooked it just a minute ago and it come off. I didn't have it on very long, and usually, even if you lose them, you could jump them right by the boat. You can re-catch them. And so I'm just trying to get this fish in. It's a really good one. It's one I wouldn't call at the end of the day, I can tell you that. But it's just trying to get it to fire. It's just kind of hard. Actually, every bedfish I've had today has been really weird acting. I'm assuming just because it is so calm. And that's an atypical thing for around here, truly. But if we don't start catching them here pretty quick, we're about to make a really monstrous run. Yeah. I am not on schedule right now, I can tell you that. But that's always subject to change.
You know, once
All it
we
takes
ban
is
forward-facing
the right
sonar,
cast, and then go to the next one, you catch it in one cast, and then all of a sudden you're right where you need to be.
I'm going to say screens became useless. You just use them as a stool now. Here's his $3,000 step.
He's a little fella. He ain't gonna hurt it. Uh-oh. Drew hooked up.
Another one on that hair jig, looks like.
Sick.
Oh, man. I don't think he was the quality that he had brought in yesterday, so.
Stuck on it. Now, if this was a 3-pounder, I'd have left immediately. It's based off how it's acting, but it's not. It's about a 4.5, 4 3/4. And you only need a few of those to have a really good day.
That's right.
One will even come back. I got a 4 1/4 over there. I don't catch it in the next 3 minutes. That's probably what I'm going to do. Go catch that 4 1/4 and then come back over here.
It's all about that plan. And the plan today better be bring in the 5 biggest smallmouth you can possibly catch if you want to keep pace here on the St. Lawrence. Let's take a look back at some of the live action we have seen this morning. More giant smallmouth entering those live wells today. Here at stop number 5, the National Professional Fishing League's 2025 season.
Almost better. There we go. Ah. There's a nice smallmouth hooked inside the mouth.
The newest addition to the Basscat STS family is here. Introducing the Caracal STS, showcasing aggressive styling paired with enhanced performance and a continued dedication to raising the bar. Measuring in at 20 feet 2 inches with an ultra-wide 96-inch beam and rated for a 250 to 300 horsepower engine, the Caracal STS boasts agility and speed and is finished with premium features to satisfy any angler. Basscat boats. Feel the rush.
ProGuide batteries have been supporting the fishing industry for 42 years. The future of fishing is lithium batteries. ProGuide batteries has joined the lithium world. Get all-day reliability with lithium ProGuide batteries. Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com.
When it comes to finding jigs, spinnerbaits, and buzzbaits, keep it in the USA. Go with Epic.
Epic's tackle is designed by fishermen for fishermen, with hours and hours of thought behind it.
That's why our tungsten weights keep your line from fraying, cast after cast.
Whether it's saltwater or freshwater, Epic's lure designs will give you the edge on your next big catch.
Epic, veteran owned. So check us out, America. EpicBaitsFishing.com.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha, reliability starts here.
Epic only gives you one shot. So come armed with the Quest series. Minn Kota's toughest motors yet. Go where the fish are worth the fight. Where chaos is the cost of entry. Where the highlight deals happen. Motors that never let up, so you're never let down. The bigger the question marks, the better the quest.
Mac, 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 mac. Trying to figure out what kind of bird it is. I hear drag. Is there a fish on or?
Midday update. We're sitting on 2 fish. We're definitely seeing the right fish down here. It's just trouble of getting them to bite. That's really all it is. We're just gonna keep covering water. I got a few more areas we need to go run through after I hit a little bit of rock up here. And then hopefully we can get some fish to bite off that flat back there. That's really what I want. So we're just gonna keep our head down and keep grinding. Try not to spin out. We should be all right. We're just gonna take our time, put it together, and figure out how to catch 25 pounds. They're definitely around here. We just got to figure that out.
You know, we call some anglers rookies that come fishing here in NPFL, but they're really no rookie to national level fishing, pro fishing. But you could definitely call Reddy a rookie. No tour level experience. That's finished this year, like you said earlier, he's been 63rd. Looking to improve on that by a lot this week here on St. Lawrence. Just a young kid chasing a dream.
Just like me, Fat Cat. Just young and spry.
I do get you guys mixed up a lot.
Yeah. Is it the hair?
The hair. From our boy Drew Reddy over the coach, Patrick Walters.
I'm currently working a good one. He's paying interest in it now. I got 4 fish in the box, 1 real small one, 3 okay, not really that good. We need to really start working on them. I really want to get this fish. If I get this fish, I'll have a good start, and then we're gonna go head hunting. It's a freaking good one. Oh, he's looking at it. I lost him yesterday. That's why I wanted to come fish for him before I went and fish my main stuff. We just got to figure out where his spot is. Come on, baby, circle back.
Imagine catching him like he's been catching them this morning in this area where he's like, there's one, there's one, there's one, there's one. He's like, yeah, I just want to catch one more before I go to my good stuff.
Go catch you one.
That's terrifying to hear, man. Thank goodness all the other anglers in the field can't hear this man right now. Yeah, I'm about to go hit my good stuff. It's like him telling me,
well, you know,
that he should have had a mega bag yesterday.
He goes to his good stuff at 1:59 p.m.
That's a fact.
To go off live.
Sometimes, but
that's why you got to make sure you tuned in at 3 p.m. TNPFL.com. The big guy bringing the boom at the weigh-in today. 50 bags, over 20 pounds weighed in yesterday.
And he's not leaving the bed too much, so I feel like he'll
have a look at that.
He's catchable.
Catch, track. Says we're doing the same thing again today, hopefully.
Yesterday, that catch track started lighting up once everybody kind of got settled into their areas, whether you're making the halfway run, as a lot of folks will say, I'm going halfway, I'm running 50 miles.
Probably flaw it and see exactly
you're
where
going
the spot's at.
Even further, people started getting settled in, catching them, entering those fish.
We just chased one off. God, those swans are loud.
Boom, 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 boom.
You do keep that swan call on you all the time.
I'm scared to pass him and fire
flying across Potomac Creek like that.
Accidentally him snag, you know, him run into it. That's the problem with the drop shot. But that's usually the best bait. Give me a little bit closer, John. No, he doesn't like that. I kind of drug it through there.
Patrick in the running for that Progressive Angler of the Year race with Greg Hackney and Kyle Welcher on top of that thing right now. Pat was tied with Hackney coming in, and will not be his first time to be in that Angler of the Year race in contention. In 2023, he could have won that race, but as you mentioned a little earlier, in fact, he had to miss an event. Todd Goad, the Goad father, had a top 10 in all those events.
Phenomenal year.
But Patrick, in those 5 events he fished that year, had better finishes than Todd, and all those, had he fished all 6, all he would have to have finished was 21st or better in the final event, and he wins Angler of the Year that season here. So
that was a crazy season.
That was a wild year. The smallest field that we've had that year.
Never had a Progressive AOY stacked up the way it was that year either. It was unbelievable. We got Welcher hooked up in the dual box.
Welcher with that 4-point lead in that Progressive Angler of the Year race over Patrick Walters. Your Progressive Angler of the Year winner from last year. And
golly, you gonna jump in the boat.
desperately wants one of those NPFL shields from winning a tournament to go
He's a little
along
bit
with
bigger
that
than I don't
golden
know what he
shield from
weighs.
last year.
4-pounder. Probably shouldn't even have caught him, but oh well. We gotta worry about 5 first. Well, 20 really, because 20's, you know, not terrible. Should just ate that hair jig.
It's just not something you hear on a lot of fisheries. Yeah, 20's not terrible, I guess.
$20 pounds was in 50th place coming in for day 2. It's just a crazy thing to say out loud.
Well, and in these slugfests, man, it obviously goes without saying, but you have to keep pace. That pace is not easy to maintain, you know. To maintain that 23, 24, 25 pound plus pace with all smallmouth, man, it is, you got to have some things go your way every day. These are your top 2 in that Progressive Angler of the Year race.
I didn't realize I was to my waypoint
We're
yet.
lucky today. We've got 3 of the top 6 in the Progressive Angler of the Year standings on camera with us today. Now we're going to jump back over to Andrew Upshaw.
They are finicky in the sun, no wind.
I got my hand up on my hip. When I dip, you dip, we dip.
She's about to get a cast on her and make her move. All right, made her move. She's chasing a bluegill.
Upshaw mentioned a little.
Just if I can get her,
Feels
to
like
get
he's
back
behind
on that
schedule
bed,
a little bit this morning.
My bait's in it when she does. I think I'll catch her really quick. She's literally sitting right here looking at us. All right, let me try this.
That smallmouth asked him if he knows Luke and Fat
bait's
Cat. It's going to be
already in her
weird for
bed,
all of
so.
us.
Let's open that bell up and back up even further.
Oh, okay. Give her a little space.
You've heard that a time or two.
Oh, buddy.
God, I can't hardly see over there. She swam through it. I think she hit my line with her tail because my line popped. God, now I can only see the bed, maybe her at some point. She'll actually get back on it. These fish are being jerks. Oh, she's back on it. She turned around, went off the bed. Okay, she's still sitting up there. She's just facing the other direction. Okay, I know where I got to cast now. Now she's like locked back on it. All right, come on, fish. Ah, the bell wasn't open all the way. Oh, now she's literally, look at her right there. Can you please go back to your bed? I am so far away from you. I think it's because I splashed out here, and she's so curious that she swam all the way out here to see what that splash was. See, she's back in it now. I just need her to actually guard her bed and go eat my bait out of it.
I hear you, buddy.
You got to think that every second that ticks off the clock when you make a 2-hour run and you can't get them to bite like you want them to bite, you got to be thinking about it.
Thought she was. Seeing the wrong thing. Hey, this fish is a booger. This right here right now. There we go. Now she went back to her bed. And now she's swimming back out of her bed. Whew. Well, I can put it to you like this. We're about to go drift one spot, and then we're probably going to the lake if that drift doesn't work out. Because these fish are just insanely hard right now. And the lake fish are not insanely hard. And I think I can find enough and catch enough to do okay. She's back in there. She's just sitting in the grass though, and it makes it really hard to fish your bait with the open hook in the grass.
Upshaw trying to get this one to take a ride back to Messina, but while we were away just a little bit ago, Andrew was doing work.
Oh God, my drag is way too loose. Oh, she's little. That's a largemouth. What in the world is it doing here? Why is it eating a hair jig?
What?
That's the first largemouth I've ever caught on this place.
Not
ever.
something I expected to see today.
Two-pounder. That was about to be a big one. I'm just not spending my whole tournament on a 4-pounder.
I'm back live with
Even
Upshaw,
if
and he's
it's a
going to make a
4,
move.
almost a 4.5
We're going to jump back over to Kyle Welcher. Guess he gave up on that one, Fat Cat.
I mean, been here a while, so hopefully they're still here.
But she like making these long runs.
And he's got plans to go even further, sounds like. He's still in the river.
Yeah, he does. Speak up. What you doing? In Welcher's first 26 days of tour level competition this year, he had the heaviest bag 8 times.
Just like you in 87.
Nobody will ever be like me in 87, so talk about something else.
Yeah, I mean, they're both good ones, but neither one of them are big ones. So it's nice, though, after you make a long run to catch something. I feel a little bit better whenever I got about 20, because that's, you know, not a terrible day. So 3 more like those, we'll have about 20. So still not what we want if we're going to compete to win, but you don't want to fall, that's for sure. Definitely don't want to fall. I got hung up on them 2 big bed fish, and that's kind of messed my whole day up. I mean, I didn't spend that much time on them, but definitely hindered me a little bit. If they'll just bit, would be in a really good position with still a lot of time left to fish.
Thought it was interesting talking to Welcher and Hackney in particular yesterday. Normally guys try to tell you they don't think about Angler of the Year race regardless of the tournament trail they're fishing. Man, I'll just let the chips fall where they may. I don't think about it. I can promise you, talked to Hackney yesterday morning and then talking to Welcher yesterday afternoon, they are definitely thinking about it. It's definitely in their strategy. But all choosing not to lay up this week. They could have stayed close, caught some fish. They are full send, and you never know what could happen when you make those kind of runs.
But I had 2 that I believe were on the bed, and I didn't catch either one of them, but they were 2 real nice ones. But they wouldn't stay on the bed at all. They'd come back and make a big circle and go sit out from the bed. They were not going to be easy to catch. Yeah, I'm gonna do kind of the same thing out there. That one bit it. He just didn't get it. They're nipping this thing. Here he comes. He's over there. Ooh, bell closed. Maybe I didn't open it. Nipping it.
What was he just slow rolling? What did he say?
Fly.
Fly.
Oh. Black hair jig.
God, it looks like a good one.
And some money won on that bait on this river for sure. Over the last few years.
He's on it. I got behind him now.
You know, fish care has to come into your strategy in these summertime events, whether you're down south or up north catching these big smallmouth. And all of our anglers did a fantastic job yesterday of taking care of their catch, some of that record-setting catch. And you can see Kyle here fizzing one of these smallmouth. Now, a lot of times you kind of relate fizzing to catching bass in deep water, but these smallmouth a lot of times live deep and then move up on these flats either to feed or they're spawning. And so fizzing them just kind of goes that extra mile to make sure they're comfortable in the live wells. Kyle executing it with perfection there. We appreciate the effort that all of our anglers go through.
Higher than it should be.
And in a day where over 2,000 pounds of bass were brought to Messina, New York to the scales.
A little higher than it should be.
Oh, you're hooked up.
Come here.
Are you surprised that in the top 5 we've got a Florida boy, a Texas boy, a Bama boy, South Carolina, and a Georgia angler? No, we have 0 New York residents in our entire field. Not a ton of what you would consider Northeast anglers, Northeast, in this field whatsoever. We don't have any Canadians. Like the Johnson brothers aren't roaming around over here in the NPFL. So it is interesting. No,
Very much
all
so.
Southern anglers. But these guys have been here so many times.
That
other than Andrew Reddy.
Correct. I think it's just fish are everywhere. It's just, it's not about figuring it out. It's just about finding them to a certain extent.
Getting the right size.
Yeah, I don't want to say Lux plays a big role because you see who's in there and the guys that are leading are very consistent.
That's right.
I don't know, man. It's wild.
This is one of those places where there's a significant difference between one that weighs 4.8 and one that weighs 4 even.
Oh,
in your overall, right. I mean, it makes a huge difference.
Good.
Like we said, 19 pounds is an average bag. You bring that in with you back to Messina and you feel like you've caught 3 pounds anywhere else just because you're not even in the conversation whatsoever when you have 19 here. And that's a fun day, a fantastic day.
No doubt.
You and I are just out there, okay, we got 19 pounds today. When you're trying to stack it up against the rest of this field, not so much.
We're talking about anglers that we thought would do well here that are this would set up better for them. Offshore, spinner rod, things of that nature. One of those anglers, Will Harkins, currently sitting 39th in that progressive AOY, looking to make the championship.
I may not have service over here, but I'll try.
Definitely anchor I thought I would see further up in the mix here at Stop 5 on St. Lawrence River.
We've got lots more big smallmouth action from the St. Lawrence River coming up in just a few moments, but we're going to take a quick break and we'll see you back on the other side for more live action from Messina, New York.
We're off the clock to clock more fish, to fill our live wells and empty our coolers, because there's more to explore. The latest Humminbird fish finders work fast, see clearly, and know all the best spots. They fish even smarter paired with the Minn Kota and break down the water like never before. If you like your plans loose and lines tight, then it's time to explore. Only with Humminbird.
What's going on, guys? Knox Hit here with Bass Mooch Fishing, and today we have released the Shovel Tail 4.25. This is our new bladed jig trailer that has flat sides, shovel tail, and what those flat sides do is it allows your bladed jig to track and hunt. It's infused with our mooch juice scent. They stink, so if a bass bites, they hold on. They will not let go. We have 6 awesome colors to choose from. They're available today at bassmooch.com.
Before there were hashtags, there were handshakes and shared stories. They gave us confidence to make our first cast, to chase our dreams. They taught us to fish, and in the process, taught us about life. They taught us that success isn't just about reaching the top. It's about lifting others up. The future isn't just about selling tackle. It's about 3 simple words. Let's go fishing. Here's to the original influencers.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster. An insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here. Super fun beach day, everybody.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha. Reliability starts here.
Since 1971, Basscat Boats has innovated, persistently thinking outside the box, never abandoning their roots or the commitment to quality through their process. Clearly visible in the new Puma STS, their design and development continues to evolve, improving performance, enhancing the angler's experience, and broadening the appeal of the sport they have dedicated their lives to. Basscat Boats. Feel the rush.
What's going on, guys? Knox Hitt here, sales manager of Bass Mooch and Level Rods. We just released the new rake series from Level. This price point is under $100. $99.99 is the retail. 8 casting models, 3 spinning models, built on a 30-40 ton Japanese Toray carbon blank, keeping it very lightweight, very sensitive. We got that paired up with some stainless steel tangle-free guides with titanium oxide inserts. We have a multi-contact reel seat where no matter where your hand is at all times, you have direct contact with the blank, making this a very sensitive rod. We have 8 casting models, 3 spinning models. Get yours today at levelrods.com or bassmooch.com.
Welcome back. Beautiful St. Lawrence River here in the town of Messina, New York, playing host to stop number 5 of this 2025 NPFL season. One event to go after we leave New York. That event will be in September. We'll be down on the Coosa River, Logan Martin Lake. But first, we've got a lot of big smallmouth to sort through over the next 2 days to see who's going to take home that shield, that $100,000. Who's going to be in the driver's seat of the Progressive Angler of the Year race. From Patrick Walters to Drew Cook, your day 1 leader. 27-2.
See chunking and winding.
Be a vibrating jig. Saw a lot of those tied on yesterday at that drive-through weigh-in. Again this morning there in Messina at takeoff.
Update is we got
Certainly
2 bass
a
pretty
smallmouth
much.
catcher.
And unfortunately the wind has picked up and the sun has gone away. So it's making my life a little bit more difficult, but we're around some bass. But I don't really want to burn these things to the ground and fish a whole bunch, you know, and weed through them. We might need them later on. And the other part of me is like, just burn it down.
I was just about to say, let's
go fish. I got a couple more areas. Go fish another area. I got one other little stretch that's got a couple nice ones on it, or had a couple nice ones on it, just down the way. We might run over there in just a little bit. ease through there, and then we're probably going to keep on heading out. Head out to the wild blue yonder.
Drew started talking there. I was just about to say, conditions look a lot different where he's at all of a sudden. We've been talking about that glass calm. We heard Andrew Upshaw mention that. You know, it's an atypical kind of day. And
got one nice one up here.
Less glass where Drew's at.
For a little bit. I'd like to have it. It would make the team.
Something we haven't seen today is that
if need be
just winding. Saw some out on the water yesterday. Chatterbaits and spinnerbaits playing a role.
I would prefer not waste those though. We got 2 bass, and like I was saying, I got some 4.5s or low 4s on bed. If, you know, when it gets to nut cutting time, if I don't have, you know, anything, we can add those. But I'd like to save those for like if I actually do need them, because I got a long day, so today's the day kind of to expand, explore, and you know, obviously still catch bass, you know, maintain. Because if we do that, then you know, we'll have a long day again tomorrow.
Drew Cook brought 27 pounds and 2 ounces to the scales yesterday to take the day 1 lead. Right in front of second place, Patrick Walters. It's good, bud.
I'd like to catch this one that's right up here.
Both of them off to a little bit slower start. Drew off to a way slower start than his boy Patrick. Seems optimistic about the rest of his day. Long day of fishing.
Yeah, buddy. That's where it was hanging out.
Well, Cook is on the search for that one he's looking for. We're going to take a look at Patrick Walters. Cracks 27 pounds on day one. Comes into day two, setting in second place. Like I said, right behind his boy Drew Cook. We've seen Patty will do the most action this morning out of all the anglers on NPFL Live so far. Watching him today, we've seen people around him. Robleski, Mallory. He's definitely had company most of the morning. Looks like he might have this spot to himself. I don't want to speak too soon. The color of that water. So much different than Lake Eufaula. I cannot believe the contrast and the difference.
Lots of contrast, and that definitely plays a part in all these angler strategies because they're using their eyeballs to search for these St. Lawrence smallmouth. You need that good water clarity, and some of the strategy that goes involved is planning. And there are so many great tools out there on the market now, whether that's those Humminbird Explorer units or the Deep Dive app. And we talk a lot about the Deep Dive app here at the NPFL. It is an amazing tool that can show you water clarity, wind impacts. So when you're planning a fishing trip or you're planning your tournament week, whether your first day of practice and you're looking at, hey, what's it going to be doing Friday? I found a productive area. Am I even going to be able to get here? You can take a look at the Deep Dive app.
Out of the equation, whether you're kayaking, doing any kind of water stuff, or even outside of that, it's useful in all aspects of outdoor life.
No doubt about it. Let's take a look now, a little deeper dive into what's going on. Of course, the Deep Dive app available in all app stores, whether that be your Apple device, your Android. But we are right here in Messina. But let's take a little scroll. Now, this is over 100 miles of river that we are seeing our anglers run all the way down to Lake Ontario. Most of the leaders yesterday were either in this general area. I'll put a couple anglers up here, Andrew Upshaw and Drew Cook. They're not really that far out into the lake. You can see Upshaw actually today in the Clayton area for the most part, but absolutely brutal run on for these anglers. When it's calm, it just takes a lot of time. They've got a lot of gas they have to worry about, but you can see the wind effects there. We've got a little bit of a wind out of the north. That's why you're seeing that with Drew Cook right there in the Deep Dive app. Not a lot to show you as far as water clarity you follow. We could really break that down, but everything's pretty much that Caribbean blue here on the St. Lawrence River, Fat Cat, and a little deeper dive. And we'll dive more into locations on Finale Friday. We don't want to give up exact.
No,
that was kind of, I'll be honest, I kind of dropped some random pins in the general vicinities of where Upshaw and Drew Cook
One
were
more
at
day,
right there.
man. A lot of folks
That's
are
right.
watching. A lot of folks, you got to do a little gatekeeping.
That's
At
right.
Day three, we're going to cut loose on the juice, son. We're going to tell you where they're at and what they're doing, but
are you?
We'll
You're going to get in a
I
fist
might make
fight the way
something
in.
up.
No doubt about it. Let's get back out on this beautiful body of water with Andrew Reddy.
Our boy Drew Reddy's ready to make a move, and we're going to make a move.
We only have
Back
4
over
bass,
to
right?
Drew Cook.
Yeah. Pretty sure. I saw one on this rock earlier, and I just marked it and kept going, but I don't see it now.
We talk about those differences, and just a few ounces can make in your day 50 places from 7th to 56, only separated by 5 pounds yesterday. Normally don't see that. You normally have a lot bigger gap in a lot of events, but man, not here where they are absolutely smashing.
Reminiscent, I wouldn't even say reminiscent, but Douglas had a lot of stacked weights, way bigger, but we had many ties.
Well, we talked about it being like, it looked like a northern fishery, those
Absolutely,
weights where
we sure
everything
did.
was not a lot of separation, everything stacked
Correct.
up. Norman was a little bit like that as well.
I mean, when you go to those quote unquote cookie cutter,
a lot of fish the
venues.
same size.
Yeah, that's right. Yesterday's average bag was over 19 pounds, 19.1 to be exact, which was 4 pound, 11 ounce bigger than the previous day one at Santee this year. So once again, making history here at NPFL, within the NPFL. Let's not get crazy. We're not making history across the board. We're making our own history over here and doing a very good job at it. We're embracing the chaos. Got Ken Duke keeping track of the stats. Bringing us all the knowledge.
I'll be honest, sometimes I think he's trying to throw you off like Ron Burgundy on a teleprompter.
Not hard to do.
I'm Fat Cat Newton.
I do love Lamp.
I hope
Who
somebody
is
got
that?
that reference. So tough.
I done caught a bluegill.
Kyle Welcher.
Man.
Not the kind he's going to need to maintain that Progressive Angler of the Year race lead leaving New York.
No.
I have a feeling he'll find some more. I've fished up here several times, and it is truly incredible when you get to roaming around this river, especially when they're up shallow on these flats, and you just never know what's 10 feet away the entire time. It's like what Patrick Walters was seeing earlier. There's one. You keep your head on a swivel, and like Patrick said, you can't get too locked down in an area that's got a bunch of 3-pounders, because you may go around the next point and, there's several 5-pounders laying right here, which are the kind you need to win. And that's that trap we talked about earlier, that if you've never been here, you kind of got to put on your work hat. You know what I mean? Like, you are here to compete, try to win money. Obviously, we want to have fun, but man, when you are trying to win $100,000, you can't get caught up in those. Oh, dude, I caught 50 3-pounders today. It was awesome. That's not going to do you any good.
No.
To send you back home with no money.
Especially when you're spending hours and hours of just traveling to get to the spot where you're fishing.
I'd say on average, our top 5 ran almost, we went live almost 2 hours after blast off started. So 7, it took roughly, they were 1.5 to 2 hour runs that our top 5 made today. Because we were sitting in studio not knowing if we would even have anybody on a camera, basically, right before we went live. And Andrew Upshaw was the first to kind of get set up. I believe Welcher joined him.
And it sounds like a couple
after.
of them stopped a little short of the lake.
That's right. And right now we've got a dual box going on with Drew Cook and Kyle Welcher, but everybody else is making a run.
Might be making a little bit more history this week, Luke. Some milestones that could be obtainable for some anglers this week. To reach 1,000 career pounds with the NPFL, Luis Fernandez needs 8 pounds, 7 ounces. Brandon Perkins needs 26 pounds, 8 ounces. And then Patrick Walters needs 38 pounds and 8 ounces to hit a career high 1,000 pounds here at the NPFL. Now, here's an interesting fact about that. Lewis and Brandon have been here all 5 years. Patrick, 4.
To be fair, most of the time he needs to give everybody a little bit of a head start, the way that boy has been fishing since he burst onto the scene a few years ago.
Now, is Cook hit it to the lake, you think?
Could be. He's not far. But then he's got another, once you get to the lake, that's kind of half the battle. And these guys are making long runs once they get to the mouth of the lake. If you look at it on a map, you're like, oh, it's not that far to where they're going. And when you're there in person, it is a long ways across the horizon.
I'm assuming by where the cameraman's sitting, they're just do a little boot scooting boogie across the lake and find another spot. Not going too far just yet. Uh-oh, who's that over there? Floyd?
Had the one and only back cat got a text from the dean himself, Pete Gluzik.
Oh, sweet Pete.
Bass University. Pete texted and he said he was enjoying the coverage this morning, but he asked if floggers are allowed to be used in the NPFL event. The flogger is the large cone you're looking
I hope so.
for.
If not, we're going to have a talk with a lot of anglers.
But he said he was surprised he hasn't seen anybody in our top 5 this morning on live using a flogger, because it's a very effective tool and it is allowed.
And a lot of anglers have them with them this week.
I would say 90% of them have them in the boats.
Interesting thing to point out, Pete. Kyle Welcher hooked up. Seems to be a little bit better. Maybe not.
They all think they're a little bit better.
Buddy.
I was hoping he was a little bigger than he looked, but he wasn't.
That's what she said.
Come here. Now quit it. Hook him deep.
Not a bad one, but I feel like he did not weigh in one that size yesterday.
No.
In that 24-13 bag.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Now that he's got a limit, will we see a strategy change, an area change?
Where are the freaking 4.5 pounders at? They were here loaded.
Reason I asked that, Welcher keeps asking or keeps talking about having a limit. Hey, that's not what I want to weigh in, but I still got to have a limit. He wants to be around that 20-pound mark. He's not there yet. From Welcher back to your day one leader, Drew Cook. Made a short little move. Cook with 27 pounds, 2 ounces of St. Lawrence River Lake Ontario smallmouth yesterday.
I just made a,
Had a 6
little
pounder
move,
yesterday.
half a mile maybe, to another one of these little veins. And just gonna poke around here. It's a little one, but I don't need to waste the time on him. Poke around here, there's supposed to be a couple nice ones up here. Shallow. Try to pluck a few of them off and keep rolling, keep moving. Cover water.
It's all about that game plan and that strategy when you're running
I am
so
kind of
far.
surprised that I haven't had
trying to
very many bites fishing, like chunking and winding something.
trying to hold on to that lead. And while we were bouncing around all over the St. Lawrence River, Drew Cook might have caught a big one.
It's a big one there.
Look back at that now.
I mean, a great big one.
Oh my.
Now we got ourselves a rodeo. You tried it, didn't you? You tried to break me off on that boulder.
Just letting that fish do its thing. He's not all animated, rod this way, rod that way, leaning this way, just. I don't, man, how clear that water is. You can hook onto a daggone baby sperm whale or something.
Come here, baby. No. Goodness, dude. And you're not gonna believe this? It's tagged. I saw that fish in practice and didn't throw at it because even though I wanted to catch it, because it was tagged. That is a specimen. I mean, a daggum fine.
It's a bronze back, boys.
Coming from a man that weighed in a 6 even yesterday.
That's a 6 pounder. Now look at what I was talking about. Look at that tag. I might be making double the money on this bass. Heck yeah. Beautiful St. Lawrence River boulder bass. Big old smallmouth. Yes. Now we got 2.
Fish of a lifetime.
Now we got 2.
Buddy.
For most
Give me
folks.
some love on that one. That's such a big fish. Jeez. Such a big fish.
Back alive with Drew. It's a dangerous man.
You what?
Starting to heat up in the kitchen for the cook.
Oh, there it is. I had a big one over here in practice. Oh, I see it. It's actually not on a bed, it's just kind of up there, I think. It halfway chased my hair jig. There was another one up there too. A smaller one right there. That other one's a big black one.
Drew Cook is finished in the money in 9 out of his 10 NPFL events.
Not bad.
Not
Where
bad
did
at
you
all.
go? Where'd that other one go? That other one looked like a decent brown one. There's one right there.
Looks like things are starting to pick up on the St. Lawrence. All of our top 5 getting settled in a long ways from Messina for the most part. We appreciate everybody tuning in this morning. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments for more live action from Messina, New York.
Hey folks, when you are in Western New York, there's a lot of great things to do, not just on the river. So we are here at the Eugene L. McAndry Nature Center. We're going to go take a tour, and if you're in town, this might be the place to come. All right, folks, we are inside the Nature Center here. I'm with Betty, and when you walk into the facility, you're hit with this great exhibit, your freshwater aquarium. We got a lot of fish in here.
We do. We have bowfin to long-eared sunfish, perch, bass, crappies.
So as you make your way through the Nature Center, folks, there's a lot of activities that you can do that are hands-on. Behind you got a nesting osprey up there on display, and then you've got one flying here. But here at this table, kids can come in here, they can touch the feathers, the antlers, you've got some rocks here, some shells, kind of interactive to keep them kind of motivated into the nature scene.
Absolutely, and we specifically don't label things so that children's curiosity can be piqued, and adults also, and they can go into our library and look things up or ask any one of our naturalists that we have.
Sounds like what my dad used to say to me when I was younger. I'd ask him what the definition of a word was, and he'd always go say, look it up.
This is created especially for the young children so they can walk underneath and look up into the tank and see the different minnows.
What do we got back here?
Oh, that's a weasel.
That's a weasel. That is pretty cool. You know what? I'm actually taller than this bear. He's got about 2 feet on this log here. Fantastic display that y'all put together here.
Right.
Dude, that's pretty cool right there. So this is where you get all your fresh on here, right? Everybody having fun today? Yes. Tell me 3 things you did today. Right there. Nature walk. Great facility indoors here, but there's a lot outside the facility. You got 7 miles of nature trails. The kids we just saw there, they're gonna head out there on a hike after lunch.
The trails, the walking trails are well groomed. In the winter time, we keep the trails very well groomed, and we have free snowshoe and cross-country skiing. On a really good fresh snow day and groomed trails, we can see up to 300 people a day enjoying the outdoors.
So year-round activities here. If people want to find you out on the internet or social media, where do they go?
Okay, most information is found on our Facebook page, Eugene McAndry Nature Center.
Eugene McAndry Nature Center. Look it up on their Facebook page.
We'd love to see everyone.
100%. Thank you so much, Betty.
Thank you.
ProGuide batteries have been supporting the fishing industry for 42 years. The future of fishing is lithium batteries. ProGuide batteries has joined the lithium world. Get all-day reliability with lithium ProGuide batteries. Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com.
When it comes to finding jigs, spinnerbaits, and buzzbaits, keep it in the USA. Go with Epic.
Epic's tackle is designed by fishermen for fishermen.
with hours and hours of thought behind it.
That's why our tungsten weights keep your line from fraying, cast after cast.
Whether it's saltwater or freshwater, Epic's lure designs will give you the edge on your next big catch.
Epic, veteran owned. So check us out, America. EpicBaitsFishing.com.
The newest addition to the Basscat STS family is here. Introducing the Caracal STS, showcasing aggressive styling, paired with enhanced performance and a continued dedication to raising the bar. Measuring in at 20 feet 2 inches with an ultra-wide 96-inch beam and rated for a 250 to 300 horsepower engine, the Caracal STS boasts agility and speed and is finished with premium features to satisfy any angler. Basscat Boats. Feel the rush.
How's everything going on YouTube? Same. Okay, I used to. Oh, wow.
Epic only gives you one shot. So come armed with the Quest series. Minn Kota's toughest motors yet. Go where the fish are worth the fight. Where chaos is the cost of entry. Where the highlight reels happen. Motors that never let up, so you're never let down. The bigger the question marks, the better the quest.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha, reliability starts here.
He's acting squirrely too.
Welcome back to the St. Lawrence River. And a look at Kyle Welcher, your Progressive Angler of the Year leader, doing a little flogging around. We get a lot of questions, I believe, on YouTube about the flogger. It's basically a souped up traffic cone that just has a piece of plexiglass at the bottom of it, but you stick it in the water and it helps get past the glare a little bit. Of course, all of our anglers wearing polarized sunglasses, and you can see those fish without it, but when they bed a little deeper, it is truly like having binoculars almost. Like you can just see them up close and personal and get, hey, you don't want to waste your time on one that's less than
honestly,
4.5
it's like a
pounds.
kid when you would
Kyle
put goggles
said.
on and look down in the pool, hey, you can see everything. Same concept.
But there is a...
and it's not an easy technique.
Well, if you actually see someone with their bedding a lot deeper than some of these fish are, and you see someone actively looking through it, holding it in one hand while holding the rod, that is one of the hardest things you will ever do. You definitely can't be using a 7.5 foot long spinning rod, and things get complicated when you hook one. And
then what do you do with the flogger? Do you drop the flogger in the water?
A lot of times they do, yeah, because they
then
float.
Go back and get it once the fish gets in.
Bathy scope is another name for it, but not something you see below the Mason-Dixon line very often.
We're talking about the flogging. How different would this event be if we were using forward-facing sonar still in the NPFL?
I honestly don't think it would be a lot different. I really don't. You would have some guys, there are definitely, a large group of fish that have probably already done their thing and started easing out a little deeper. But I still think with this many fish up shallow, it would not have been, I don't think it would have been dominated by it. I really don't.
I honestly don't know how it could have got much better. If we've got to be redundant, but that's what I do. 20th I'm sorry, 50th place had a 20-pound bag. 20-pound bags all the way down to 50th.
Yeah, these guys that are up on these flats, they might not have even turned on forward-facing sonar if it was allowed.
Why are all acting like this today?
Oh my God. Look at that. Sheesh.
What those smallmouth see right there.
Yeah. Poor smallmouth. So that's a flogger in full effect.
I got there and flogged around a little bit yesterday, and the only thing I found was James Watson.
And rocks on it.
I don't know who was more disappointed.
Pretty standard for here this time of year, I believe.
World mother flogger, Watson.
There's a bunch of fish on it, but have not connected with a big one so far. Still got a lot of time though. Baby boy.
Just a little bit ago while we were on break, Kyle Welcher was doing Kyle Welcher things. We're going to take a look back at that right now.
This is Drew Cook.
Psych.
All right. Let's see what he's doing. Oh, he was about to do some things.
So
we'll go back to that here shortly, folks.
No. I'm gonna get him right there on that side. Definitely not 20 yet.
I still can't believe they let you push buttons.
Catching these ain't gonna get us there. Dang, boy, why you do that?
Back live with the scoop and score.
That one looks a little better.
They're all starting to run together.
We're hitting that midday mayhem right now.
That's no doubt. No doubt about that.
Can you talk about your flogger while you're hooking that fish?
Yeah. So far with the flogger, I've basically just drove it 200 miles both days so far, and I haven't used it to catch one yet. But it's a good tool because if you find one that's pretty deep, especially if it's choppy, you can get right on top of them in like 8 or 9 foot of water, and it'll just take all the glare off the water. It doesn't magnify it at all, but it does just cuts the glare where you can see through the water really, really good. The problem this week is a lot of places have an algae bloom, and you can't see that good in a lot of places. So you kind of got to pick and choose where you use the flogger at. But it hasn't helped me catch a bass yet this week. That's him.
Good stuff from Kyle Welcher breaking down the flogger.
Sounds like that algae bloom in certain areas is why we're not seeing as many guys actually using the flogger.
Haven't heard that much talk about it from the other anglers either.
Definitely not. About 2-3 pounds off. Which it sounds like a lot, but I've still got 2 small ones. And I don't have any big ones.
Sounds like he's sitting on about 17, 18 pounds. He's looking to have 20. While he's looking for those, we're going to go look at
Andrew Ready. Are you ready? He's ready to move up here from Florida after
no doubt
having this kind of experience his first go round in upstate New York. 24-8 yesterday.
He's been running with another one of our great anglers, Joey Bloom, in the crew.
Another one of our young guns.
We talk a lot about Joey here. Joey always seems to find his way up in the mix.
Joey had, what, 21 yesterday? 21 pounds, I believe.
Had a great day. I mean, 21, 20, I don't even, you say it anywhere else to be a great day.
Joey Bloom was 23rd yesterday with 21.15, just shy of 22 pounds.
What place you say he was in?
23rd with 21.15. Joey's dad was telling me this morning at the ramp,
Nate Dogg,
Big Nate, that he actually won a Toyota Series event out of the back of Andrew's boat on the Harris chain. He was a co-angler. And that's how they got to know the Reddy family. And now Andrew's dad and Joey's dad fish team tournaments together in Florida. They travel together in NPFL. Very cool story.
How about Drew's sister? Yeah, so she also fishes. Joey, if I'm not mistaken, is the coach of her fishing team. She just qualified for the championship. I hope I'm not making this up, but what a family fishing.
Probably are.
Buddy. I'm sure somebody will let me know if I am. But, yeah, Andrew's sister also a hammer.
We love seeing the families out.
Absolutely.
We got a lot of them up here with us. This is such a vacation destination. We've got a lot of our anglers have families with them this week for sure, more than normal, I would say. Well, Justin Atkins' dad this morning. Justin's our unofficial leader right now. Of course, he's normally got his wife Tessa and the kids with him, but this week was just kind of a one-off event. They normally camp, so his dad Phil rode up here with him, got to practice with him. That's another cool thing about the league, man, is they allow the anglers to practice with family members if they so choose, and we see a lot of that this week especially. You see a lot of dads and brothers and uncles and wives and folks fishing with their kids out here and even riding in the event.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the weather's great. The fishing's even better. The people, the area, you couldn't ask for a better host for an event or just a good spot to go on vacation in the dog days of summer.
Probably not a place that my southern self would want to be in about February.
Oh, boy.
I'm guessing. I'm not that tough. Thin skin. These folks up here are built different.
Oh,
the winters that they live through. We joked yesterday, Fat Cat, that place can't be this green and beautiful in the summertime and not experience 9 feet of snow every summer, or excuse me, every winter.
Yeah, they pay for this beautiful weather in the
That's right.
off season for sure.
You know that no humidity feels good to the Florida boy.
Well, speaking of that, a lot of them Florida boys and them Southern boys coming up here didn't realize this part of the country, a lot of folks don't have air conditioning. It's not needed, not a necessity up this way. We rolled, I think, Sunday or Saturday. There was 90 degrees around Messina. Boys didn't know what to do.
I was talking to Hunter Bogman about that yesterday at the weigh-in. He was like, man.
Well, is Bobby coming through trolling or what? Hey, man, what you doing? You play hide and seek?
It's Travis
He's just
Lyons.
coming by to get a look. Dude, the New York State record smallmouth bass came from St. Lawrence last year. 9 pounds even.
Beast.
Certified.
During a tournament, no less.
Buddy.
I believe there was another 9 caught this spring, I think, as well.
9 pounds.
Or one really close. I can't even fathom what that looks like in person. When you come to places like this, it makes it seem like 6-pounders are just around every corner. But a 6-pound smallmouth is that 10-pound largemouth fish of a lifetime.
Yes.
Fish for my entire life on the Tennessee River. Like a 6-pounder is a very, very special fish. A legitimate 6-pounder. But when you start talking up here, you do see 7s and 8s, and now 9s get weighed in. That is just such incredible specimen. Normally a little later than this, I feel like in the summer. It's either pre-spawn, that heavy pre-spawn, or after they've kind of fed back up.
Put that feedback on.
You start seeing those.
Got them tight guts. Start seeing them stretch marks.
I'll put my shirt back on. I'm sorry.
Buddy. You got to run for some cocoa butter on them.
Some 20-pound bags starting to show up on that catch track now. Still early here on day number 2. The weigh-in will kick off at 3 p.m. and the last flight doesn't check in until 5:15. So depending on which flight you're in, some of our anglers have a lot of time left.
You better make sure that you tune in to that weigh-in starting today at 3 p.m. Eastern, because yesterday 48 bags were weighed in 20 pounds or better. Next best in NPFL history was 27 at Santee earlier this year at our first event. So we done blown that record out of the water, son.
With primarily smallmouth.
Buddy. And Santee's where we weighed in, the biggest bags in history, biggest bass. Santee was just a phenomenal event. Kick the season off with, but I'm telling you what, this far in the season and to come to a place like this and for it to put out the way it's putting out, nail on the head. Now, do you think they'll be catching them like this at Logan Martin?
We're going to catch fish at Logan Martin for sure. But that time of year, you get that early fall, kind of got a migration going. You have some schooling fish. You have fish feeding on real small bait. It totally depends on current flow. Being a river system like the Coosa is, be a little stingier on size. We're not going to see a lot of 5-pounders in that one, I don't believe. But Logan is certainly full of especially those 12 to 14-inch fish. A lot of limits get weighed there. But it won't look anything like this weight-wise, that's for sure. But you catch a 20-pound bag on Logan Martin in big team events, even in the spring of the year. That's a good bag. 20 to 22 pounds there is a solid day. It'll take 25 sometimes, but I honestly think if an angler catches 13 to 14 pounds a day in that one for 3 days straight, they'll be very hard to handle, potentially. Could take a little more than that, but there are a lot of these folks like a Kyle Welcher that know Logan Martin well. He'd probably take 14 pounds right now if you gave it to him and never put the boat in the water. Sleep in a little bit. Will be a very cool place to end the season.
It'll be interesting to see what Will Harkins, reigning Logan Martin champ. See if he can go back and do it again, just at a complete different time of the year.
We've got some guys in this field, Scott Canterbury, that's already won this year, that has a wealth of Logan Martin experience. A Matt Herron, who we've not talked about a ton this year, hasn't been on live with us. He cut his teeth on Logan Martin, lives right down the road. Gerald Swindle, so much tournament experience. I've kind of got Swindle. If we had a fantasy team, I have him penciled in for that one. He loves that early fall, those kind of grinder tournaments. And with his experience on Logan, I feel like we're going to be talking about the G-Man at Logan Martin.
I'm here for it, man. He had a great event at Eufaula, second behind Chad Mahler. He sent us video. He lost one over 4 pounds that probably would have won him the tournament.
It was the tournament. Definitely the tournament.
Swindle having a good year.
Top 10 right now.
Currently 9th in that progressive AOI. Sitting there now watching this dual box with Kyle Welcher and Andrew Reddy. Uh-oh. Welcher's hooked up.
Adjusting the drag on that one too a little bit. We want to see another one of those Drew Cook fights.
Oh boy.
A rodeo, as he called it. You see here in the dual box, we got Welcher in 22nd place unofficially, Andrew Reddy in 64th. Those are very unofficial. I don't believe either one of those guys have entered much on the catch track.
Come here. There we go.
Have mercy.
Dang, I dropped in my boat. How about that for a small lizard? What's my smallest? Five-pounder. Now we got an acceptable weight.
Said he wanted to have 20 pounds. He'd be comfortable having 20.
I knew it was a big one when I found it. Pretty sure that's him. I must have just got service because I'm blowing up now.
Cat's just calling you, trying to FaceTime.
Give me some of them Bronco bugs, even though he's not throwing them.
Fizz right now.
Kyle Welcher doing Kyle Welcher things. We say it a lot. We have him on camera a ton, trying to win not only this event, but the Progressive Angler of the Year trophy that will net him yet another trophy, yet so much more money all the time. And we're giving away a ton of money this year over here in the NPFL. We got all these contingency programs based on, what these sponsors, really industry sponsors, stepping up to help the league this year for sure.
Absolutely. And we appreciate it. The anglers appreciate it. And it's like you say, it It's a beautiful thing.
No doubt about it. And if you're running a Yamaha outboard, which is show enough the way you need to be going, you can get in on this NPFL Angler Incentive Program. The NPFL has agreed to pay $5,000 to any angler that wins an event powered by one of those Yamaha shows. And in the event that an NPFL pro doesn't win, that's got a Yamaha, $1,000 going to go to the highest finishing Yamaha owner. And Brandon Cobb won that down at Lake Eufaula. Speaking of sponsors, we're going to check in with the folks that make everything possible here in the NPFL. We'll see you back for live action in just a few moments.
Professional angler Brandon Cobb here. So at Lake Eufaula, the last NPFL, I won the Yamaha contingency money, and man, I really love my Yamaha. You know, not only does it pay to run it, but my boat performs phenomenal with Yamaha motor. I get on plane quicker than I've ever got on plane before. My top end's great. Everything is perfect on this motor. The right setup makes you catch more bass, and that's what it did at Lake Eufaula.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here. Super fun beach day, everybody.
Before there were hashtags, there were handshakes and shared stories. They gave us confidence to make our first cast and chase our dreams. They taught us to fish, and in the process, taught us about life. They taught us that success isn't just about reaching the top. It's about lifting others up. The future isn't just about selling tackle. It's about 3 simple words. Let's go fishing. Here's to the original influencers.
Since 1971, Basscat Boats has innovated, persistently thinking outside the box, never abandoning their roots or the commitment to quality through their process. Clearly visible in the new Puma STS, their design and development continues to evolve, improving performance, enhancing the angler's experience, and broadening the appeal of the sport they have dedicated their lives to. Basscat Boats. Feel the rush.
We're off the clock to clock more fish, to fill our live wells and empty our coolers, because there's more to explore. The latest Humminbird fish finders work fast, see clearly, and know all the best spots. They fish even smarter paired with the Minn Kota and break down the water like never before. If you like your plans loose and lines tight, then it's time to explore. Only with Humminbird.
Great look at that NPFL shield. All of our anglers are trying to chase down, but we have got a race at the top of the heap. Kyle Welcher, Patrick Walters, and Greg Hackney were knotted up coming into this event trying to chase down Welcher. And yesterday, things changed a little bit. Hackney in 14th place after day 1, so he's trying to keep pace for sure, but I believe Welcher has a 4-point lead now. Then you look down there, Brandon Cobb, Gerald Swindle in 5th place. coming into this event after Lake Eufaula. Stop number 4. You got Caleb Kufal, Scott Canterbury, Drew Cook, your day one leader here at the St. Lawrence River. Hunter Sales and KJ Queen rounding out the Progressive Angler of the Year standings, the official standings after 4 tournaments have been completed. Of course, everything changed yesterday. Day one at the St. Lawrence, and this man is trying to maintain that lead. He's doing a great job of it so far. Started this event in 3rd place and has another great bag working on the St. Lawrence, Kyle Welcher.
It's acting goofy, man.
Got a lot of anglers on the move right now that we're covering today. Starting to get a few cameras back, Fat Cat. For the most part, some moving and shaking going on at the lunchtime hour here out of Messina, New York.
We need one more great big
I was talking with... I agree. Let's catch one. Talking with Gerald Swindle at the weigh-in yesterday about how common it is now for anglers to make these long runs like so many in our field are doing. You know, used to, if you heard somebody was running 100 miles in a bass boat, I mean, just a few years ago, you're like, man, that guy's crazy. But now it's just commonplace.
Right. Crazy.
You know, I feel good about it. I always like kind of when I'm in control, because then the glory's on me and the blame's on me. And that's what I like. I think that's why I like fishing. It's kind of an individual sport. You can't blame your teammate. It's on you. Now, that being said, Patrick and Hackney are great, great fishermen. I mean, some of the best there are. So, you know, if I have a good event here and a good event at Logan Martin and I don't win it, you know, that's fine. You know, I'm not really tied to the results in bass fishing. I'm not. I never have been. I just try to put myself in as good of a position as I possibly can. And then if you get a trophy, you get a trophy. There's not a lot you can do to control, you know, how good everybody else does around you. And it's really close. So I'm just going to work hard and hopefully win it. I'm not by no means thinking I've won it yet. It's definitely still got to be won by whoever wins it. But it's going to be fun. I hope it's close going to the last tournament, because that little kind of anxiety it gives you, and, you know, you just know a little bit more is on the line. I love that moment, blast off on day one. Like, it's just, that anticipation is literally what we live for. And I like it, you know. So it's going to be a fun last 2 events. We'll see who can win. But I got to finish catching them today and tomorrow so we can go to Logan in position.
Four points separate him and Patrick Walters after day one of this event. So he wants a close race. It's going to be close headed into that final event in September on the Coosa River.
It's probably a good place because a guy just pulled up about 120 yards in front of me. I'm going to assume he ain't here because there's no fish.
Welcher back.
But if he was eyeing that 5-pounder, he's
Walters,
gone.
Man, trying to. Pat's been running around, made a long run since the last time that we've seen him. We're hoping that the service holds up with him.
today. I actually tried something different. I thought I could catch some bigger fish, but we're gonna pick a few bedders off, see if we can find us some good ones. We're just fishing now. I mean, I'm not really worried about it just yet. I'm looking to see them moved up. They come and go so quickly here. You just got to be at the right place at the right time, and you can catch the biggest bag of your life anywhere. River, lake, any moment. So that's what we're just doing, some pan casting right this second. Somebody must have caught it. There was one on bed right there. Work my way up there a little bit shallower. Check up there.
Back to Andrew Reddy. Lost Patrick there. Out in the depths of Lake Ontario.
I'm live. Well, we just caught our fourth one, so that's good.
Live action.
We're just trying to put that fifth one in the boat. Had her on definitely a couple of times, and just was never able to put her in the boat. So I think we're gonna keep on with the keeping on, and there was a 4-pounder. Come on, dude. That's sick. We're just gonna keep on keeping on. I mean, ain't much else we can do. Try and put the fifth one in the boat, and hopefully we can upgrade a little bit. Or hopefully the fifth one's a giant. So, I don't know. The fifth one is definitely somewhere around here. Hopefully. And I was paid to say this morning, but Fat Cat is not as good of a commentator as Luke Duncan.
Oh, buddy. We're going to end the show right now because we're about to move some furniture around up in this piece.
Check is in the mail. Yeah. Andrew Reddy.
I hope the check was worth it, my friend. You better hope it don't bounce because some head's about to start bouncing off some floors up in this piece. I ain't never in my life. It's all right.
Guys in the control room, please clip that. Edit that around the part where he said he was paid to say that.
Go find some headgear. Everybody start walking around with headgear on around me.
Andrew is my man. I did negotiate that this morning at takeoff. Appreciate the gesture. Back to Patty Walt, Coach Walters. Back to Andrew Reddy. Andrew, 22 years old. First time he's ever been on the St. Lawrence River, all the way from Florida. Told us this morning he's definitely taken a liking to these New York smallmouth. We get to be at those drive-through weigh-ins.
I've never seen in my life.
Get to feel the.
Have you seen them swimming around? Dude, they are massive. I wouldn't mind hooking one right about now.
Let's go, boy. I'm liking him more and more, other than that comment he made, but he doesn't know any better.
Very smart comment he made. And when he came through yesterday at the drive-through weigh-in, I was like, man, it looked like you had a great day on catch track before he weighs in, you know. And he goes, what did it say I had on there? I said, you put them in. How do you not know? He started laughing. He goes, well, I've got more than whatever I said. He said the Florida native spends a lot of time down on the Kissimmee chain, Harris chain, all those famous fisheries in Florida. And while fishing for Weber International University, had a runner-up in the MLF College Fishing National Championship on Lake Toho a couple of years back. Over 65 pounds of bass there. He told us this morning this is not his first time with a camera in the boat. He was actually on camera for that event.
I got him a rock.
I'm just proud that Andrew is a fan of what I've got going on here at NPFL Live, Fat Cat.
You need all the fans you can get.
Where are the big mamas?
too much longer from now, some of the early flights, if they're as far as some of these top 5, and start thinking about making their way back. From Ready, let's go back to Kyle Welcher. He's had a hot hand so far around midday today. Definitely getting to where he wants to be weight-wise. A baitcaster.
I didn't think he was very big. Still don't. Oh, sucker. Come here. He will not help. Let me get a bait out from back here. Let me see if that fish is upside down. Definitely upside down.
Welcher has definitely been on a roll.
Talk about what you're doing
for the last hour or so.
Right now I'm just fizzing
like
them.
he's catching them at wheel at this point.
Basically, when they fight really, really hard, even if they're shallow, they'll dang mess up their air bladder. And you have to let it out yourself, or they'll be upside down in the live well all day. You mix upside down with a long run, it's not good. Get your big head back in there. See if it's good. Well, what you do is you fizz them for a little while, and then you see if, whenever you let them go, if they still kind of float back up. And you can see when they float up, they're like struggling to swim down. And they'll do that the whole time they're in the live well. So, I ain't quite Barb Elliott, but I fizzed a few smallmouth before.
Shout out to Barb Elliott. Taught a class up here to the anglers that had not already taken the Barb Elliott fizzing smallmouth class.
Probably
doing a great job at it. Doing the fish care for us, Messina.
Right.
I didn't think about it, but definitely not sponsored by them.
Welcher's certainly been doing work. Let's look at one of the fish that we missed just a few minutes ago while we were on Andrew Ready.
Those head shakes are so strong.
Looks like a familiar scene, but this is a different fish. Catching as many as Kyle is today, they do start to all run together.
That's a 5+, isn't it?
I think he's too short.
Got a little bit of wind. He switched up to a vibrating jig.
He's one of the right ones, though.
Back live with Kyle Welcher, your Progressive Angler of the Year leader and Progressive Angler of the Year champion from last year. Trying to go back to back. Definitely making his case for it today, as he typically does on day twos here in the NPFL.
We talked about that earlier, man. He's too dangerous on day two.
£20 bag starting to pop up at Fishing Chaos catch track. Several 18s and 19s. Got Jason Burrows and Zach Burge with 20-pound bags. Jesse Wise with another 20 to go with his 24 from yesterday. Shane Lineberger with another 22 to add to his 22-15 from yesterday. Justin Atkins saying he's got 22 to go with his 23-13 yesterday. I believe we got Welcher with one for sure. Taking a lot of weight again today. That drive-through weigh-in starts this afternoon at 3 p.m. Plenty of fireworks down in Messina when it comes to smallmouth bass. Welcher, ultra consistent here in the league in every tournament that he fishes. Averages 4.93 bass a day, so just in every competition day he's fished in the league. So just almost perfect. Second only to Drew Cook in NPFL history.
That looks like a big, and I don't know if it is.
While Kyle tries to make contact with another giant smallmouth, we're going to take a quick break and we'll be back for more St. Lawrence River action in just a few moments.
The newest addition to the Basscat STS family is here. Introducing the Caracal STS, showcasing aggressive styling paired with enhanced performance and a continued dedication to raising the bar. Measuring in at 20 feet 2 inches with an ultra-wide 96-inch beam and rated for a 250 to 300 horsepower engine, the Caracal STS boasts agility and speed and is finished with premium features to satisfy any angler. Basscat boats. Feel the rush.
Pro Guide batteries have been supporting the fishing industry for 42 years. The future of fishing is lithium batteries. Pro Guide batteries has joined the lithium world. Get all-day reliability with lithium Pro Guide batteries. Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com.
When it comes to finding jigs, spinnerbaits, and buzzbaits, keep it in the USA. Go with Epic.
Epic's tackle is designed by fishermen for fishermen, with hours and hours of thought behind it.
That's why our tungsten weights keep your line from fraying, cast after cast.
Whether it's saltwater or freshwater, Epic's lure designs will give you the edge on your next big catch.
Epic, veteran owned. So check us out, America. EpicBaitsFishing.com.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha, reliability starts here.
Epic only gives you one shot. So come armed with the Quest series. Minn Kota's toughest motors yet. Go where the fish are worth the fight. Where chaos is the cost of entry. Where the highlight reels happen. Motors that never let up, so you're never let down. The bigger the question marks, the better the quest.
Great look at one of the many tributaries that feed into this St. Lawrence River. And that one right there is in downtown Messina. Had dinner right there last night, Fat Cat. Beautiful spot. Might go back tonight.
Hey now.
Now back with Kyle Welcher. This is not a replay. It's Kyle Welcher hooked up on another St. Lawrence smallmouth. Welcher hooked up again. Trying to find another upgrade to bring to that drive-through weigh-in this afternoon in the town of Messina. It's going to kick off at 3 p.m. Eastern. Of course, you can watch all the weigh-in on YouTube or TNPFL.com.
It's not big enough. Need biggins.
And the Welcher beat down over to Patrick Walters. Been moving around a lot today, trying to catch another 27 pounds and hopefully get some separation between him and Kyle Welcher in the points. But right now he leads.
All right, we're still looking.
Patrick
Checking
Walters
on some
by
shallow
4
ones real quick.
after day 1.
Dang, that's a big bird. We're check a couple more of these shallow fish real quick, and I'm actually gonna run back out to the lake, hit some main lake points real quick, and just try to catch some fishing fish. And I got another one on bed on the other side that we're gonna go hit on the way back. Really just, oh, what a boulder up there. This looks good. That's it, we're just gonna try to catch a couple fishing fish. We haven't gotten a good rhythm yet, so we're just gonna keep going till we stumble across them. Golly, what a bed. A rock, I mean. I had to fish that rock.
Patrick has not updated his catch track, which is not a surprise. Hearing a little bit of that wind. When you're in the part of the river/lake that these guys are in, that's not what you want to hear. The slightest little bit of wind can make traveling very uncomfortable, to say the least.
Golly, that one's starting to freaking gas. Sucker was up there on that shallow boulder, like way up there. I don't know why they're not up there. I don't think those fish would have been tampered with. They were so shallow. They're just not up there feeding.
Ooh. Uh-oh. Got another one of those rodeos, sounds like. I mean, Minn Kota on high chasing this fish too, buddy.
Yes, sir. You can put a saddle on this thing.
There we go. There's a better one. Up there in the dirt. I don't know if that's the same one or not. I got a 4-pounder on the other side of the river I might have to go get to. It's like a 470. Number 2. He's only 4 something. He's not even 5 pounds. Dang. Thought he really was going to be like 5 pounds.
Heard him say he had a 470 that he caught either yesterday or caught it in practice and weighed it, that he might go check. Don't think he's got the caliber fish he did yesterday.
I agree.
And the time is starting to go by.
Yeah. That ride back to the house is getting closer and closer.
Getting closer to 1 o'clock. You know, Justin Atkins in the mix today on the leaderboard was in the top 10, was in 8th place, but talking to him yesterday, he could have caught he felt like he could have caught more than the 23 pounds he had, but when he got those, he just started heading back. And he said, man, a 4-pounder today, it might help me a little bit today, but it's 4 pounds tomorrow, right? When I get started. He said, this is a marathon, not a sprint kind of deal. And he really felt that 23, 24 pound a day range might take home the shield on Finale Friday. So
hit the main lake point. I got a 470 on the other side.
Of course, it helps when
where's my rod? Might need that.
Jump back over to Kyle Welcher.
He's worked up, son.
Welcher's just scrapped the sight fish deal for the last hour and a half or so, winding a vibrating jig and been getting after it.
Yes, sir.
Welcher hooked up again. Welcher has been better than 64% of the field on day 2s this year.
Meaning, I would have said 63-ish, but I didn't know it was quite 64.
Listen, I do math. Actually, Ken Duke does all my math for me. I do not do my own stunts.
I saw him under the table counting your toes. Yeah. Took your shoes off for you.
Ken does not ask me for advice on what stat he should look up. That is for sure. He's the magic man. Welcher has also finished in the money 10 straight events.
What's the ideal size you're looking for?
5 pounders or 6 pounders, but I really want to weigh in all 5 pounders. We're a long way from that. Just that 25 pound mark, that's where you want to stay. If you catch 24 plus a day and lose, you still caught them. Running from Messina down here.
You know, kind of, and this is typical with anglers, but we had a kind of a mixed reaction to the league saying, just go where you want to.
Yeah.
Some guys were all for it. Absolutely. Do not make that area off limits. And then you had some, we were talking to Jason Christie yesterday about, he was talking about, of course, he was 10th. It worked out for him.
Sure.
But he said, dude, this is so stressful. He's like running this far in order to compete, and the strategy that comes in, the just that stress, though. He said, man, he said, I wish we would put a line somewhere. Of course, you can't make everybody happy.
No, but that was, like you said, we heard that from quite a few guys. I mean, coming into this event, we had a very good idea. We don't know where it's going to be won at just yet, but we see where everybody's at, what everybody's doing, where the big bags are coming from. I was excited to hear about a lot of frog fishing yesterday. We haven't seen any. These guys, it's not a predominant pattern, but
you can get in all these bays on the St. Lawrence River and have yourself a time with these St. Lawrence largemouth. They're just not going to.
They're not going to win you $100,000 in a shield this time of year.
That's right. Smallmouth
came off. Oh, that's a freaking biggin.
Oh.
I saw him.
Dude, I would love to see him catch a freaking biggin right now. Let's go.
He stuck that chatterbait hook in his face. I'm not sure that it'll be friendly again.
A little dual box action. Kyle Welcher, Patrick Walters. 1-3 in that progressive AOI. Separated by a couple points. Patrick came into day 2, setting in second place, just 2 ounces behind the leader. Drew Cook that had 27.2. Kyle Welcher came into day 2, setting in third. He was a couple pounds shy of that 27. He was about 24 and a half. Third place, be a little bit better.
Oh, he bit again. I think that's him.
Uh-oh.
I'm not 100% this is the same fish, but it's the same spot. We're close.
Welcher and Walters have finished in the money at every event this year. Also, Cobb, Hackney, and Swindle. Welcher's never finished out of the money in the NPFL for 10 events.
follow-up baits work. Welcher loses on the chatterbait. Gets it on the drop shot.
Showing us how it's done. From dual box, we're going to go back over to Drew Reddy.
We are trying to catch our 5th one. She's still there. She's playing hooky though. She'll leave about every 5 minutes. I don't know if this fish is worth sticking on to try and get our 5th one on. I think in just a minute, I'll probably give this fish a couple more pitches. And if she don't do it, I think I'm gonna go drift for a little bit and try and fill my limit up. Well, I don't know, definitely not the day I expected. From what I saw yesterday, I thought I could easily replicate yesterday. It's just not the same for whatever reason. I don't really know why. The fish don't seem to want to play as much, and some of the fish really just aren't even there. Eat it. Just eat it, dude. Come on. Eat it. There she is right there. All right. I think we're gonna put a little pep in our step and move around a little bit. Try and get this 5th one real quick.
Reddy gonna try to make a move. Sitting on 4 fish. You hear these anglers talking about drifting. They're gonna go make a pass down the main river channel of that St. Lawrence River. A lot of fish get caught like that. We're going to try to check back in with your day one leader, Drew Cook. He has been in spotty service for the last hour or so. Welcome back, Andrew Upshaw. Haven't seen him in a while. He's been running around quite some time. You know, we heard him mention he was way behind schedule this morning. Be interested to get a
all right, guys. So I'm on a 4-pounder right here. We got over 20. So I feel pretty good about that. We came out here with 4 fish and only 1 good one. And within about 15, 20 minutes, y'all kind of saw what went down. Oh, we had it. I don't know if this one's gonna cull. We were gonna leave here in about 4 minutes. So I need to go ahead and catch this one and see what it's all about. And then we'll start making our trek back that direction. We still got to get gas. Earlier I lost that one that I stayed on for way too long. I ended up losing it. And it's a 4-3, and it goes a long, long ways. I really need that fish, so I'm giving myself a little bit of time to go try to catch it after we get gas. So that, you know, it's all about taking gambles. I knew that coming out here was going to be a big risk. I wasn't going to have a lot of time, but luckily I had, you know, still had quite a few 4-pounder, 4+s. Actually, one surprised me on how big he ended up being. So that's always a good thing. I thought it was only like a 4-pounder and ended up, I think, being about a 4.5. So I just want to catch this one though. I mean, he's bit twice already. You know, one thing I've noticed is a lot of guys are flogging out here. And don't get me wrong, like I've used my flogger once to catch one bass, but all the rest I've caught with my eyes. You know, I actually think that that's probably been more beneficial to me because, you know, will they bite if you're right over the top of them? Sure, absolutely. But I think they bite a little bit faster when you can get a little bit further away. And you don't have to see every movement of the fish. I mean, as long as you kind of know a general idea where your bait is, and you can kind of read the fish just by a shadow. You don't really even need to read it and see everything's going down. And that's a really big key. I mean, I'm still really close to this fish. And you can get close. They just don't want that trolling motor spraying on their nose. Which I can't say either. I was hoping for, but a manageable day nonetheless. Oh, you had it. That's the only bad thing about not looking at them, because they'll grab that bait and your line, you think it's tight, but it's not actually tight because they've gone 100 miles an hour the other, you know, same way you're sitting. He needs to bite in about a minute. I mean, I truly believe mine is coming out here and catching 20 pretty quick. I mean, I kind of knew where those fish were, but I know it's kind of, and people probably crushed on them today, but I really felt like it was a little bit tougher day. They set up really weird this morning, and that's, you know, I ended up catching one good one in the river and then had to kind of fall back to this lake stuff, and I didn't really want to have to do that today. Gonna have to make some big decisions for tomorrow, because either go fish or just go try to find all new stuff in the lake, which
Andrew Upshaw out there, hard to reach places with cell phone signal sometimes out in Lake Ontario. And he's about to make a move, and we're going to make a move. Check in with the sponsors here at the NPFL. Take a quick break, and we'll be back for more St. Lawrence live action in just a few minutes.
We're off the clock to clock more fish, to fill our live wells and empty our coolers, because there's more to explore. The latest Humminbird fish finders work fast, see clearly, and know all the best spots. They fish even smarter paired with the Minn Kota, and break down the water like never before. If you like your plans loose and lines tight, then it's time to explore. Only with Humminbird.
What's going on, guys? Knox Hit here with Bass Mooch Fishing, and today we have released the Shovel Tail 4.25. This is our new bladed jig trailer that has flat sides, shovel tail, and what those flat sides do is it allows your bladed jig to track and hunt. It's infused with our mooch juice scent. They stink, so if a bass bites, they hold on. They will not let go. We have 6 awesome colors to choose from. They're available today at bassmooch.com.
Before there were hashtags, there were handshakes and shared stories. They gave us confidence to make our first cast and chase our dreams. They taught us to fish, and in the process, taught us about life. They taught us that success isn't just about reaching the top. It's about lifting others up. The future isn't just about selling tackle. It's about 3 simple words. Let's go fishing. Here's to the original influencers.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here. Super fun beach day, everybody.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha, reliability starts here.
Since 1971, Basscat Boats has innovated, persistently thinking outside the box, never abandoning their roots or the commitment to quality through their process. Clearly visible in the new Puma STS, their design and development continues to evolve, improving performance, enhancing the angler's experience, and broadening the appeal of the sport they have dedicated their lives to. Basscat Boats. Feel the rush.
What's going on, guys? Knox Hitt here, sales manager of Bass Mooch and Level Rods. We just released the new rake series from Level. This price point is under $100. $99.99 is the retail. 8 casting models, 3 spinning models, built on a 30-40 ton Japanese Toray carbon blank, keeping it very lightweight, very sensitive. We got that paired up with some stainless steel tangle-free guides with titanium oxide inserts. We have a multi-contact reel seat where no matter where your hand is at all times, you have direct contact with the blank, making this a very sensitive rod. We have 8 casting models, 3 spinning models. Get yours today at levelrods.com or bassmooch.com.
Welcome back to the NPFL Live Studios here, powered by Pro Guide Batteries. We're here in the town of Messina, and you and I are not getting to catch any smallmouth, but the anglers, they are smashing.
Starting to see some of that Messina mayhem take place during
No
the
doubt
midday
about it.
bite.
Starting to see some anglers get a little stressed too. We got those long runs for a lot of the leaders that made such a long run. They're fixing to start making their way back, and they better hope they're feeling the rush in a bass cat if they want a chance to win some extra cash. So much contingency money on the line here this year in the NPFL. You can see a great shot of Nick Brown there. $7,500 going to the highest finishing bass cat owner if someone in a bass cat does not win the event. And if that happens, $25,000 going to a bass cat winner. But Hunter Bogman was able to take that extra $7,500 home with him with his top 10 at Lake Eufaula at the last event. So feeling the rush out there in the bass cat. We've got a bass cat leaderboard, and Andrew Upshaw trading blows with the one and only Champlain Kid rocking a bass cat. Zach Burge, Kevin Rogers, Scott Wiley, Jordan Osborne, Hank Cherry, Scott Suggs, and Jason Wilson rounding out that top 10 right there. That bass cat leaderboard tournament within a tournament. We've got all sorts of tournaments within the tournament. We're going to pay the top 37 in this event, going to take home a paycheck. Got the $100,000, the chase for a shield and $100,000. Then you got the Progressive Angler of the Year race for the Golden Shield, and then the top 40 in points going to go to an entry fee free championship as well. So
it's a lot to keep track of.
Things starting to get real.
We're at that point in the season where everything starts coming to a head, whether it's tension, whether it's pressure, whatever the case may be. And we're going to see some pressure get released today at the weigh-in.
No doubt about
Big
it.
Al McCullough brings the boom, and we see more of that Messina meat hit the scales.
Lots of it yesterday, 50 bags over 20 pounds. We broke all kind of records. The overall weight record for most, as far as overall weight of all the bass weighed in, we broke the Santee Cooper record that was just set in March this
Blew
year.
it out the water.
With all, well, say primarily smallmouth. I shouldn't say all smallmouth. There was some Messina largemouth that came in. I actually thought coming into this event with no forward-facing sonar that largemouth might play a bigger role this year, but I was wrong like I typically am with that, Fat Cat.
Did talk to some boys yesterday that weren't going to make that long run, that were just glad to be here and kind of knew this event wasn't going to fit their fishing forte. They went, found some largemouth with the frog in that grass, just some fun fishing, catching 20 pounds, ending up in 50th, 49th,
55th, yeah.
But had a great day. A lot of guys just finding that largemouth pattern, that frog in the grass.
And there's a lot of talk from us today and from the anglers that you interview. If you're seeing them on social media talking about the runs, we're talking about the runs. Only a handful of anglers stayed within fairly close range, and they smashed them yesterday. I mean, it is, I can't emphasize this river from one end of it to the other is just such a special place. Come to the town of Messina, catch you some smallmouth. You don't have to run 100 miles. Trust me. You can have a large time right here.
One of the best fisheries in the country.
No doubt about it. If not the best. There are a lot of names that get thrown around. Man, this place for a few months of the year is certainly special. Let's get back out on the water with Alabama's Kyle Welcher.
$110. We got 3 hours and 20 minutes.
Is it 3 hours and 20 minutes before we leave?
No, before we get back. I mean, to be back.
Easy.
Probably an hour and a half. I wish I could catch one more good one. And I might start working my way back right now. Come on, I know.
Personally, since we've got about 45 minutes on live, we would like for you to keep fishing. It's been fun watching.
So with the folks at home.
Yeah. We've got of course, covering the top 5 anglers today. They all made that run we've been talking about, and we got lots of 8. 3 of the 5 are running around right now.
Dude, as always, Kyle's been great on camera today. We learned about fizzing, flogging. I said flogging. Fishing. Oh, but it's been good, man. And like I see, he's changing it up too. We saw him earlier, man, just chunking and winding, like you were saying, throwing that bladed jig, hooking up, set it down, pick up the spinner rod.
Oh, he missed it.
Oh, swing and a miss. Atta boy.
3.5 pounder.
He is that guy that just seems to make the right adjustments at the right times. Every time we're over his shoulder on NPFL Live, he gets those instinctual, like, gut feeling. I'll just pick up this chatterbait now. We saw it at Douglas. He's like, loses a couple on the frog, picks up the Bronco bug, starts flipping, and just goes on a tear for the next hour or two on live.
Yeah, it's almost like he's the reigning angler of the year. Yeah. In contention to go back to back.
It's almost like he won an elite series with one of the biggest winning margins in history of ever. You know it's driving him crazy not having one of those NPFL shields, though. He has been second and third in a number of these, but in contention so many times going into the final day in the last 2 seasons, I feel like. Cat, would you rather have one on a 5-pound smallmouth on a chatterbait or a drop shot on a spinning rod? If you had to pick how the 87 back-to-back classic champ was going to go about it.
It's a dumb question, but is a chatterbait on fluoro or braid?
I'd say fluoro here.
I'll take a spinning rod. If it was on braid, I'd rather have it. Okay. You feel
a bunch in that one area.
Hitch, you feel it all, son. I know we're fishing clear water and all that, and braid is kind of whatever.
Oh no, these crazy things might bite it on straight braid. If you've never been here, it is hard to describe how the water clarity is. It is. You'll be running down the river thinking you're fixing to hit a rock. You look over the side, it's 15 feet deep. You could read a newspaper on the bottom. I mean, it is.
It's amazing that the Messina launch, just looking at it right there. You're in 6, 7, 8 foot of water, and it's on bathtub water.
Smallmouth do like to chase, reaction strikes to whether it's chatterbaits, spinnerbaits. We jumped in the boat with James Watson yesterday. He had a little shy of 19 pounds, and he was burning that Strike King spinnerbait with the painted blades. I got to be on the back deck, dude. He would get a bite. I mean, it would scare you to death. And I wasn't reeling it in. I'm watching these smallies come up and get that spinnerbait. Man, they absolutely blasted it. James was not too far from the town of Messina. About a big catch track update. Jesse Wise was just shy of 24 pounds today and has entered a 6'5" big fish. Woo! Unofficially. So what's that going to weigh at the drive-through weigh-in with Big Al McCullough? I feel like everybody's always light on what they guess. Gives him 23.11 unofficially. Had 24.4 yesterday.
There's one right there.
Things are winding down in here in the studio.
It's the perfect recipe.
Down to the last hour of coverage. So make sure you guys are tuned in at 3 p.m. As Luke's saying, watch Big Al McCullough bring the boom. As all these anglers bring that meat to the stage.
Do you think we see the number of 20-pound bags that deep into the field today?
Nah, man. But what we've been seeing on live today, I mean, Cash Track's been lighting up, but I don't know, buddy. I'm not overly optimistic about it, but I do think we're going to see some fat old sacks hit the stage.
By the way, Welcher on Catch Track saying he has 14 pounds.
Sounds about right.
Not trying to call my boy a liar or anything, but maybe he just hasn't updated in a long time.
Yeah, that's probably what it is.
Seeing a lot of 17s, 18s, 19s on the tracker as well. Corey Casey sliding into 6th place with unofficially 22 to go with his 22-13 from yesterday. Cole Harris, another 21-3 today.
Hey!
Champlain Kid. Shane Lineberger, 22-10. Atkins, 22 even. Cook saying he's got 19, so probably 37. Yesterday he said he had 20 and he had 27.
Yeah.
Normally when Drew gives you just enough of a nugget, he's just okay. He said yesterday it was just easier to enter 4 even. I said, sure it was. Sure it was, bud.
Dude, if we have as many 20-pound sacks again today as we did yesterday, like that's...
If we do, I'm not commentating tomorrow and I'm going fishing. So
both of us.
I'll turn in my 1-day notice.
There you go.
At the weigh-in.
There you go.
And I'll be back at Logan Martin.
Well, Jesse Wise, 6 after day 1, as Luke was saying. He's got a lot of St. Lawrence experience. He and a group of friends come to New York to fish every summer for the past 5 or 6 years. No wonder he's whacking them. But then you got somebody like Corey Casey.
Got a lot of first-timers catching them, but somebody that's not a first-timer, Drew Cook, your day 1 leader. We're going to jump back over in a minute since we've checked in with a little Cookie. 27 pounds, 2 ounces yesterday of St. Lawrence smallmouth.
Oh, it bit it, but didn't eat it.
Has a 6-pounder
update
in the boat.
Still got 2 little bitty ones that we need to get rid of. We don't have long. We got probably about 45 minutes. And I just had a big one on a hair jig, and somehow it came. But it's hanging around right here. I'm really hoping we can catch this one. It just bit my drop shot again. But didn't get hooked. This one's hard to see too. Like almost clear.
So Drew's been running around all over the place. We haven't had a lot of service with him, and I understand he caught a nice one just a little bit ago. We're going to take a look at that now. Does have a 6-pounder in the boat.
Come here, please. Got her. That'll work. Boy, we got her too. That's a nice one. What you think about that one? It would have been so much cooler if we'd have just caught it the first time. She had it too. $4.5 pounder. Beautiful St. Lawrence River smallmouth.
From Cook, for one Drew to another Drew. Drew ready.
Still working on that fifth
day
one.
he wanted to have.
I am very, very surprised. That's all I got to say. I did not imagine today going like it is. Had the fifth one on plenty of times. Just
never could actually get them into the boat. It is what it is. We're gonna keep running around. I got a few more spots we're gonna check, but hopefully we can find that fifth one within the next 10 to 15 minutes, and that'll calm me down just a little bit.
Reddy's the second youngest angler in the league at the ripe young age of 22. The youngest is Hayden Hammond at 19. Some might say Drew's an old soul.
And really a fan of what I do here for the NPFL. If you missed that earlier.
Boy, oh boy.
I just like how he couldn't deliver it without saying I was paid to do that. He's such a kind young man. He could not insult the big cat, and I get that, and I appreciate it.
Let's go spend a few minutes on a bed fish.
I was joking
and we're
with
gonna
him
start
this
making
morning.
our way
Hey, man,
back.
Every time somebody's new on camera, I tell them they gotta give me more compliments than Fat Cat. He understood the assignment. And go back over to Drew Cook. Between the goals and that watercolor, you think you're sitting on the beach somewhere. He did not lock through to Cancun.
It is some pretty looking water though, man. We've talked about it. It's just wild how clear it is. From Drew Cook. Over to Kyle Welcher.
Kyle has pretty much just locked that vibrating jig in since about, I think, 11. Once that wind picked up, man, he made that adjustment.
Been doing work.
Seagull's trying to get his Cheetos.
They're gonna dump chickens.
Also, something that Kyle does very well is stands on the trolling motor. Will burn some batteries straight up. He likes to stay on.
Bunch of them right here. This is such light line.
Patrick Walters rejoining NPFL Live here.
Just caught us one. It's a 3-pounder, but it's a heavier 3-pounder. We need to catch us. Why does that feel so light? That felt weird. I couldn't even see that fish. That fish was jet black. There's a giant effective bass. I think it's a rock. We're gonna check it. Oh.
Coach is pumped up, boy.
It was a bass. Shit. Go back over there, big girl. I can't believe it was a bass. Turn back around, turn back around. I'll make fun later. God.
Walters back over to Drew Reddy.
Part of the Andrew tie for 4th place.
I got her.
And Andrew Upshaw.
Oh, hooked
no
up.
way. I didn't even know she ate it. I couldn't see
We're
her.
looking for number 5.
That's so sick. Please, Lord. Let me land this one. Are we rolling? We're rolling. She's not as big as I thought she was. She's still a pretty solid one. Better than my 5th one. Snap.
Oh, so he's calling. So he's caught one between now and last time.
Right in the mouth.
I think he means it's better than what he's got an empty slot in that live well.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, he's got him 5.
Now we're talking. Okay.
Which again, if you're watching at home, you hear 50 bags over 20, and you wouldn't think that catching a limit would be hard.
Way
but
bigger.
You're looking for the caliber these guys are looking for.
3-pounder.
Sometimes they skip over smaller fish.
We got 15 and a half. That is definitely not what we need today. But it's a start.
Yeah, 24 and a half yesterday. And this just shows how tight the weights are and how volatile it is. If he ends up with 15 and a half today, it's going to put him at that 20-pound a day mark.
I want to run some stuff on the way
which
back.
would drop him,
possibly out of contention for a check.
Yep, potentially. All right, Andrew's going to make a run, and we're going to run straight to some commercials. We'll be back to start wrapping things up.
To the
Back
Bass
at
Cat
this last
STS
hour of
family
live
is
coverage
here.
St. Lawrence
Introducing the
Slurp.
Caracal
All right.
STS, showcasing aggressive styling paired with enhanced performance and a continued dedication to raising the bar. Measuring in at 20 feet 2 inches with an ultra-wide 96-inch beam and rated for a 250 to 300 horsepower engine, the Caracal STS boasts agility and speed and is finished with premium features to satisfy any angler. Bass Cat Boats. Feel the rush.
Pro Guide batteries have been supporting the fishing industry for 42 years. The future of fishing is lithium batteries. Pro Guide batteries has joined the lithium world. Get all-day reliability with lithium Pro Guide batteries. Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com.
When it comes to finding jigs, spinnerbaits, and buzzbaits, keep it in the USA. Go with Epic.
Epic's tackle is designed by fishermen for fishermen, with hours and hours of thought behind it.
That's why our tungsten weights keep your line from fraying, cast after cast.
Whether it's saltwater or freshwater, Epic's lure designs will give you the edge on your next big catch.
Epic, veteran owned. So check us out, America. EpicBaitsFishing.com.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha, reliability starts here.
Epic only gives you one shot. So come armed with the Quest series. Minn Kota's toughest motors yet. Go where the fish are worth the fight. Where chaos is the cost of entry. Where the highlight reels happen. Motors that never let up, so you're never let down. The bigger the question marks, the better the quest.
Welcome back to the NPFL live studio here in the town of Messina, New York. Fat Cat, 50 bags over 20 yesterday. A lot of 20-pound bags popping up on that catch track today. Some more 6-pounders starting to show up. But we see that 6-pound, 4-ounce beast get taken off the top of the big bass heap today.
I hope so, but I don't know, brother. I hope we see 27 6.4s coming to the scales today. It's a good chance we might see it. Who knows what's going to happen, because we've seen that catch track just light up over the past couple hours to where, like, we do know when we shut it down in here, it's always crazy. But you only got 1 hour this time before weigh-in starts up at 3 p.m. Eastern. So I think we are going to see, I don't know if we're going to see 50 bags over 20 pounds again. Fingers crossed that we do, but I do know, even though it's a week or so after 4th of July, we're still going to see fireworks again today.
There's going to be plenty of fireworks at the town of Messina at weigh-in this afternoon. Like you said, 3 o'clock's when the weigh-in starts. We've already got guys that were in that top 20 yesterday, already making the long haul back, that were making those runs. I mean, the average run, I think, is 50 miles, would you call it? I mean, we had a ton of folks in that Ogdensburg area. Then you've got folks making their way all the way down to Clayton and then all the way out into the lake as well. So a lot of strategy going on when it comes to, a lot of strategy. you got to have your stuff together too, equipment wise. There's so much that goes into it. Let's take a look at the unofficial leaderboard as we wind down here on day 2 with our live coverage. Beautiful shot of the town of Messina, one of the tributaries off of the St. Lawrence. And Jesse Wise, as we mentioned just a little bit ago, on top of this thing, 47-15 unofficially. And he says he has a 6.5 in the boat he'll be bringing back to Messina to us. Drew Cook, your day 1 leader, unofficially with 19 pounds. Says he still has 2 small ones. I'm not sure. What do you think he calls a small one, Fat Cat? What's
4.5, 5 pounds?
That's a small one to Drew Cook. But in second place, Justin Atkins, who started the day in 8th place, had a fantastic day yesterday. And backing it up again today, 22 even. Shane Lineberger, another 22 pounds today. Champlain kid Cole Harris with 21 to go with his 24 even. Corey Casey with another 22. Shane LaHue just shy of 20. I'm going to bet that's more like 20 pounds, knowing the baby shark himself, wouldn't you say? John Cox, Brandon Cobb, Zach Burge rounding out the unofficial top 10. Take a look at the rest of the top 20. We got Jason Burrows, Jason Reyes, Daryl Davis, J. Todd Tucker, Scott Wiley, Kyle Welcher. We think Kyle's probably a little higher than that as well. A little bit. His catch track's not reflecting what he's actually got in the live well, that's for sure. Josh Hooks, Dustin Williamson, Wes Logan, and Mike Quinlan rounding out your unofficial top 20. What a top 5 this has been so far. 2 days in, we expect it to be nothing but a smallmouth beatdown for one more day. That is for sure. We'll be joining you here tomorrow, finale Friday, to decide who's going to get $100,000. Who's it going to
be? Who's going to do it?
I'm still going Walters. Walters was my pick coming in. Of course, that's easy to say. He was only 2 ounces off the lead, but the guy, his preparation, his plan coming into this, the strategy, you see him, like we talked earlier today, took his power poles off. When you see his boat, he's got ratchet straps on trolling.
Yeah, dude,
the man
dangerous.
is ready to make to run it. If he's got to go all the way to St. Clair at this point, the boy will go there to win. And he's got a different look in his eye this week. And normally that's
I'm
not
going
good.
to argue with you on this one.
Normally
I'm
that's not
gonna
good.
argue with
Now,
you.
we're not sure. You know, we've seen him catch a lot of fish today. I still don't think he has the caliber of fish that he had yesterday, just based off what we've seen. It takes a lot to get to 27 pounds of smallmouth, that's for sure. But I'm still picking Patrick right now. Who you got?
I'm not going to argue with you, man. I think he's very dangerous considering where he is and what's at stake. I mean, Kyle Welcher's another one too. You cannot use, man. I don't know, man. It's a tough one, brother. It really is.
It really is.
It truly is. But Patrick Walters, like you said, everything you said.
How do you bet against that guy anywhere?
How do you bet against Kyle Welcher? Like, what are we talking about?
Or
like,
but look at Jesse Wise.
Jesse
Look at
Wise,
Justin Atkins
good
with a ton of success here. It'll be interesting to see who are the top 5 we have.
We don't
in
know what we're
contention.
talking about.
We never do. But you know what? It all becomes official this afternoon. Be sure to tune in 3 p.m. TNPFL.com or also on our YouTube channel to watch that drive-through weigh-in. We appreciate each and every one of you tuning in today. We'll be right back here in the morning at 9 a.m. Eastern for more St. Lawrence River smallmouth action. We'll see you in the morning.
Got her. Beautiful St. Lawrence River smallmouth. Quiet. In the boat. That's a big one there. Man, a great big one. Goodness, dude. Oh, look at what I'm talking about. Look at that tag. I might be making double the money on this bass. Heck yeah.